Hello. How are you out there? Welcome. Welcome to 428 Shibuya Scramble. This is probably gonna be the last one we do for a while. I don't know if we'll do all the endings. We'll see how it goes. But I do have a guide because there are some secret episodes that we can find. Some of them involve special inputs that might not line up because this guide is for the PS4 version. Like this one that talks about rotating the analog stick. But we are gonna try. We're gonna try to find all the extra scenarios. But first, hello Plombo, hello Cameron, hello everyone. We have anime business to attend to. We have a little business to attend to. We have the black bookmark. The story never truly ends. Apparently Plombo has never done this story. Never got around to reading it. So, if you were here last time, we got the normal ending. Then we took a look at Suzune's story, called Heartbeat in Spring. And then Heartbeat of Spring? Something like that. And then we got the true ending. And we faffed around a lot to try to find that true ending. Well, after we got the true ending, this unlocked. This is Canaan. Now, we've talked about Canaan throughout the whole story of the game. We were introduced to her, though it wasn't a real her. It was actually Alphard pretending to be her. We were given flashbacks from Maria's point of view. Who is this Canaan? That's not Canaan. The real Canaan is an anime. Yes. That's what I was thinking the whole time, Kajarda. I thought at least she'd have hair similar to this. Because, alright, here's my issue. I knew about this anime before this game. In fact, I didn't even know the game was connected to this anime for a long time. And it was only when I was looking up Fate stuff for my friend, who's big into Fate, that I stumbled across this being connected to 428, and 428 eventually went on sale, and I've been a lot better about streaming visual novels and adventure games, so I was like, yeah, let's do it. And like 40-50 hours later, here we are. We're finally up to the thing that I knew about, the anime girl. So why don't we get started? Is the game audio loud? The game audio is loud. Louder than I usually have it. Okay. Feel more comfortable there. There she is! She's a little tight moon with it. My friend described her as saber-faced. Alphard al-Shua. The solitary serpent. The snake has lost 8 of its 9 heads. In the Middle East, the snake is seen as an ill omen, and those who take it as their name are said to be both wicked and extremely cunning. I'm not wicked, but I am extremely cunning. If I give in to sentimentality, I will have lost my light all over again. The blue sun rose into the sky. As the girl rushed through the airport, she was met with the intense light of the summery dawn. April 28th, 8:21 a.m. So the day of the events, but before we get playable. Because I think the first chapter is 10 o'clock. She let out a weary breath. A shaft of sunlight blazed across her face, and she squinted her eyes against the glare. The night had been a long one, and she could feel exhaustion taking hold. She wanted to stop and sink into one of the sofas in the airport lounge, but she didn't have time for that now.
こっちのは陽動か。惜しげもなく捨て駒にしやがって。何様のつもりだ。
I'm surprised it's voiced. Was that all just a diversion? Who the hell does she think she is, just tossing people away like that?
末端組織の一つや二つ。あいつにはハルワイみたいなものってことか。
Are the fringe groups of her own organization nothing more than halva to her? I'm gonna lower it just another tinge. And then we're gonna find out what halva is. Also known by other names including halawa and halawe. A popular confection throughout the Arab world, typically made with ingredients such as sesame, apricots, or grains kneaded together with sugar and some type of oil or fat. It is said to have originated in ancient Mesopotamia. And I don't think it's for me. I think it is kind of like a dough, or like a, not a dough, but like a desserty bread kind of thing with the grains needed. But like, I don't know, it looks like it has like cat food texture. I'm a super texture person, and that one scares me. Muttering curses that seemed at odds with her young face, the girl wove her way gracefully through the sea of travelers. Time was of the essence. All she had in her hidden back pocket were some dollar bills. The dollar is the unit currency in several countries, including Canada and Australia, but here it refers to the United States dollar, controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank. At the time of the story, it is frequently used alongside the euro as a standard currency for international transactions. What's up? At the time of the story, what? Did I miss something? She was just gonna have to acquire the gear she needed on site. It galled her to be so under-equipped. The only consolation was that at least she'd been able to arrange for a boarding pass in time. Oh, the description. You never know, something could happen. Maybe someone will take over the United States and like ruin it for the rest of the world and for the United States, you know? Do you ever think of that? Impossible situation that could never happen?
Al-Anisa.
Al-Anisa. Canaan refocused instantly, as an unfamiliar man addressed her in Arabic. Was he a thief, or some more dangerous third party? This was a country where both one's money and one's life could easily be at risk. She had one way to find out what kind of threat she was dealing with.
日本行きの便はどれ?
Which gate is the flight to Japan? Her voice was sweet and girlishly soft. The man gasped. He hadn't been expecting this. They hadn't told him what he was really in for. This girl was the natural enemy of the Serpent, a steely soldier in a proxy war. A professional freelancer who took any requests and who always carried out her mission. A mere hour earlier, she'd taken out an armed syndicate 30 members strong, the red flowers of blood left in her wake a testament to her rumored capabilities. So even an hour before... okay, so an hour before these events, she took out an armed syndicate of 30 members. I wonder if they were the ones... I wonder if they captured her. Because they got, like... They showed Maria, like, a fake Alfred... Or, not fake Alfred. Real Alfred showed Maria a video that could have been Canaan, but it was all blurry and shit. Hey, Chris Lachi. Welcome to anime. The man was dumbstruck. What kind of twisted fairy tale is this, with mercenaries who look like sweet little girls? We're currently at 8-something p.m. or 8-something a.m. on the day of the events of the game. So a couple hours before the game starts. As the game starts at 10.
何? 手配はできなかった?
What's wrong? Were you not able to make the arrangements?
いや、搭乗は6番ゲートだ。パスとチケットなら
No, everything's fine, he said hurriedly. The flight is departing from Gate 6. If you're looking for your pass and your ticket...
分かってる。右のポケットでしょ。すごいな。渡されるまで気づかなかった。
They're in my right pocket. That was impressive. I didn't notice until you'd already handed them off. The man gasped again. His surprise shifted to caution. With all of the bystanders around, it should have been easy enough to make a handoff without even the recipient ever noticing. He was proud of his skills, but still, she'd seen right through him.
落ち込まなくていいよ。あなた、入り口で電話をしていた人でしょ。
Don't feel bad. At least I didn't spot you in advance.
私はあなただって分かってたのに、渡されるまで気づかなかった。
You're the man I spoke to on the phone outside, right? Canaan asked.
それってすごいことだ。
That was quite the feat.
私、あんまり人は尊敬しないんだけど、あなたには本当に感心してる。
That was quite the feat. I don't offer praise like this lightly, but I'm legitimately impressed. She's known since the moment I arrived, he thought. And she hadn't figured it out from his appearance. She just intuited it somehow. She had almost immediately sensed that he was ashamed, even though he'd kept his face a perfect blank.
恐れ入った。蛇の天敵というのは間違いではなさそうだ。
Nicely done. I see why they call you the natural enemy of the serpent.
一度も殺してないのに天敵っていうのはすごく皮肉だ。
That seems a little premature, seeing as how I haven't killed it yet. First the girl had acted deliberately blasé. Now she was being downright cynical. She's a little unstable. And totally adorable. He had to remind herself that this was her. How many soldiers must she have killed? How many battlefields had she survived? Hers was the life of a professional assassin. The fact that she had retained apparent normalcy in the midst of such disorder was more than a little unsettling. The man was astonished that this was the famed rival of the serpent. One did not strike at the snake without exceptional cunning and skill. Hers was the perfect camouflage, a mercenary in the guise of a child.
まあ、誤解でもないし、別にいいよ。
Well, so long as we're on the same
それで、
page.
話の裏は取れた。
Did you look into that story I asked you about?
あ、確認は取った。大越製薬研究所所長大沢の娘は確かに誘拐されている。
Yes, I was able to confirm it. The director of Okoshi Pharmaceutical, Osawa, his daughters had indeed been kidnapped.
こちらのセルの活発化は何らかの陽動と見るべきだ。
We should consider the increase in cell activity on our end to be a mere diversion. In order to avoid being compromised, anti-government organizations that carry out illegal activities, as well as terrorist groups, frequently organize themselves into smaller subgroups known as cells. Typically, only the leader of each cell knows how to contact the upper echelons. Thus, rank-and-file members who were exposed and arrested are incapable of leaking information about the larger organization to outsiders. The name cell is taken from the biological structure. Canaan gritted her teeth. Her latest mission, concluded just an hour ago, had been to meet with this armed group, the Serpent. That was fine. Everything had gone off splendidly, without a hitch. The job had been even easier than she'd imagined. There's no cause to get bent out of shape. But the info she'd gotten her hands on had done quite a number on her mood. The Serpent herself is on the move. Japan, Shibuya, Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Possible CIA involvement. Presumed large-scale urban terrorism at work. That message had lifted the veil from her eyes. At long last, Alfred herself was out in the open, the head of the snake exposed. What a perfect opportunity to cut it off. But of all places to set the stage, Japan? CIA involvement could pose a problem. She wouldn't be surprised if the Serpent had already coiled itself around the Americans. When it came to the Serpent, not even the US government could be trusted to keep itself free of influence. And the target was Okoshi Pharmaceutical. If that wasn't a sign, she didn't know what was. Was that just a coincidence? No. Allah was Al-Qadir, all-powerful. Yet the girl frowned in disappointment. What need would he have to go so far to pen such a perfect tale? She had thought such grand acts of fate were a relic of the distant past. Oh, fate reference! It said fate! Hold on. Hold on. What? Where's my emote? Why do you have so many pointing emotes on hand, Twitch? There it is. I gotta hydrate for that. Look at him. Look at him up there. When I look up here, my eyes shut because the camera can't see them, apparently. Alright, let me take a drink. But she could sense its hands in these events. She'd hurried to get intel confirmed at once, and quickly arranged a flight to Japan. Maybe she was a freelancer, not aligned with any particular organization, but she still had connections. She had many tools in her arsenal. People were often the most convenient. If they excelled at what they did, so much the better. Many individuals sought to curry her favor. Sympathizers like the man who'd made the handoff here, who would intervene on her behalf. Groups or individual activists who favor a particular political organization or ideology, and who demonstrate support without directly participating in the faction's activities. Just gonna lower this one more tinge. You wanna go to Australia? I assume she's in the Middle East because the guy that did the handoff spoke Arabic.
ありがとう。じゃあ行くけど、他に何か言われてる?
Thank you, she said. Is there anything else you need to tell me before I go?
現地に一人ワキールを用意した。
A wakil has been arranged to act as your representative on site.
渋谷への足を用意しているそうだ。着陸後、貨物室から降りられるようになっている。滑走路から直接ハイヤーを飛ばす。
Apparently he's put together a way to get you to Shibuya. After you've landed, drop out of the hold. You'll be able to head off directly from the runway, the man said.
あ、無駄足にならないよう祈っているとも。思いのほか、ラフィーク・カナンは我らのアニールから高い信頼と敬愛を受けている。
I pray this will not be a fool's errand, for your sake. I admit surprise that our Emir holds such respect and fondness for you, Rafiq Canaan.
今回は最悪、痛み分けでいいそうだ。
He hopes that you will not fail, of course. But should you do, that you will at least go down fighting. She sighed. Go down fighting? So, it's okay to die as long as I take the target down with me. The man thought of nothing but his honor, his pride. No reconciliation, no negotiation, no submission. 3 tenets that mattered more than preventing bloodshed. Whatever designs these two organizations had on each other were of no concern to her. But even so,
言われなくても、
I don't need the warning.
3度目なんて死んでもごめんだ。
I have no intention of dying a third time. For once, her client's wishes aligned perfectly with her own. Her flaxen hair trailed behind her as she went to board her plane. She didn't look back. The flight from Singapore to Japan was roughly 7 hours. The serpent had surely anticipated that her enemy would pursue her there. Okay, so maybe she was in the Singapore airport, or, you know, it was a layover. It's hard to know. She was on job just an hour ago. In all likelihood, there would be a minimal window between Kanan's arrival in Japan and the Serpent's plan coming to fruition.
ほんと、少年が腐ってる。
She really does love sinking to new lows. The Serpent wouldn't be so clumsy as to let someone from back home in the Middle East, especially a foe like Canaan, find out about this by accident. If she let the plan leak, that meant that it suited her purpose somehow. It would seem she wanted to entice Canaan to risk hope before trampling her underfoot. You won't lay a finger on me. The voice sneered at her, a backstage murmur in her mind. She dealt with the enemy's diversion, learned of the plan just in the nick of time, and rushed off to Japan without a second's hesitation. Japan was where it would all be decided. If she didn't do battle with the Serpent, she would lose yet another close friend. Had the Serpent engineered this situation simply to torment her?
けど、今回は少し予定が違う。
But things aren't gonna go how you think this time.
渋谷の文字は、お前とは相性が悪いみたいだ。
Shibuya is a poor fit for you. She spoke to herself to calm her gnawing impatience. The time it took to write Shibuya and the time it took to write Alphard were nearly the same, but the youthful and complex nature of the city of Shibuya won out. Her instincts were something akin to fortune-telling, a tendency to reimagine the world around her in a way that was neither wishful thinking nor sour grapes. She had a sense of conviction that hovered near the truth, but she knew she couldn't let herself be optimistic. The Serpent possessed a powerful venom. It was possible that even if Alphard's plans were foiled, the life of Canaan hoped to save would still be lost. There truly was no time to spare. Crushing the fringe group in Singapore had gone more quickly than she'd anticipated. She had planned on obliterating them at the break of dawn, but she had been struck by a sudden familiar sense of urgency and had acted an hour ahead of schedule. Okay, so yeah, she was in Singapore doing a job. That change of plans had led to this. She had obtained the intel just slightly earlier than Alphard might have anticipated, and had put speed above all else in arranging the trip to Japan. Right now, she could only hope that the single hours she bought herself would let her save her friend's life. Maria. A warm red flooded her mind. They'd met 2 years ago. She remembered the day as an ordinary one. An unassuming tourist was getting hassled by the same sort of guys that cause trouble all over the world. Kanan's stash of her favorite snack had just run out, and had left her in an irritable mood. Maybe that's why she had stopped at the sight of the scuffle. Not that she had any interest in helping. The men just gave off an eyesore of a color. Their scent was far too noisy, and she wanted to be rid of them. Shukran Jazilan, said the grateful tourist, her hand outstretched. She asked if Canaan would be her guide, which Canaan tried to ignore, but the young woman persisted. The girl was a person raised in peace, from a peaceful country. Canaan wasn't the kind to hold that against her, or rail against the unfairness of the world. It didn't mean she wanted to put up with it either. Yabaniya, like her, was practically a different species. How could they even understand each other? Canaan was closer to an animal herself, and respectable people didn't get close to animals that were still untamed. Humans had overcome their feral side. They had become creatures of intellect. When such intellect was fostered over the years, the benefits were clear. And yet... Let's be friends, Sadiki. How about it? The tourist approached her, oblivious. Canaan could recall the warm color from that moment. It still triggered her memories. It was a pleasant color, one that she had been touched by before. This tourist, Maria, was not so remarkable as to draw the eye. Nothing about her seemed especially worthy of admiration. There was just something special about the wholesome smile she offered to the dangerous creatures she should never have approached.
そっか、天然なんだ、あなた。
You're very spontaneous, aren't you? Canaan smiled. There was something powerful about people who couldn't get a read on their own situation. It was the first time she'd smiled earnestly in a long while. The first time since she'd lost her light a second time. It would still be several hours before the plane landed in Japan. She did her best to ease her inner tension, to let herself rest in preparation for combat. Her orders were simple. Save her friend, capture the serpent. The objective is the same as it had been before. That summer, 4 years ago, when she'd gotten the tattoo on her left arm. That very long day, when she'd been reborn as the Canaan she was now. She really does have saber pain. That's what my friend said. She's a little Arcrid with it. She's got like the Arcrid hair bangs. Honk. Are we flashing back to 4 years ago? The rumbling of a diesel engine sounded in her ears. The color that went with the sound indicated that the engine was running well. The interior of the compartment was rife with the smell of Ramal F sand. A dangerous blue, a gentle red, a painful yellow. Those the colors of the many people aboard the train as it chugged along. The train had set out from Al-Haditha, northwest of Baghdad, and after a journey of 300 kilometers, it was approaching the Jordan border. At the front of the train was an antique diesel locomotive. This was followed by first-class carriages, coach-class carriages, and also several of the women-only carriages, unique to the Middle East. It was a long train, though not exceptionally so. In some Islamic countries, where men and women are prohibited from sitting together for religious reasons, women-only train cars are common. Depending on the country, the sexual segregation may be so strict as to apply even to children. Sometimes even young boys must separate from their mothers in order to ride in men-only carriages. It was remarkable that there was a line running between Iraq and Jordan. Traffic between the two countries, especially via railway, had been drastically reduced as a result of war. Many of the lines had long since fallen into disuse. But now that the West was working towards the reconstruction and stabilization of Iraq, Japan had also helped plan a railway between Iraq and Jordan, and had laid down a temporary rail line. The train's final stop was not the border, but 300 kilometers beyond it, in Amman, the Jordanian capital. This trip would be a turning point. Sundown would see the venerable old train service come to an end. The compartment where Canaan rode was boisterous with noise and human energy. Wind and the sound of chugging wheels rushed in together through windows with no glass. As the only rail service currently linking Iraq and Jordan, the new line drew passengers from all walks of life. A freelance journalist returning from Baghdad, an Indian peddler carrying a piece of luggage larger than himself, a group of women who appeared to be members of some Scandinavian NGO. No one seemed bothered by the clamor. The passengers shouted and prattled on as they pleased. Various sounds. We got Canaan vision. I read a book where every like emotions and like energy was described as like a colored aura. It had a really like bleak ending, and story in general was pretty bleak. It was from a Japanese author. I can't remember what it was called now. I only read some of it, but I remember because I was in the bookstore. I was working in the bookstore at that time. Profuse scents, myriad textures, manifold flavors. All of these sensations mixed together as if in a stew pot, and Canaan gulped them down. Yet the stimulation they provided was weak. It was like lamb without enough salt, and so she reached into her pocket for a dose of her favorite pick-me-up, crunching it between her teeth. Canaan was in a foul mood. She was on this train to do a job, but nothing had happened for 3 hours now. So far the journey had proceeded without incident, and she had no opportunity to act. Siam, the man she called Sharik, had assigned her this mission. They were traveling together. Theirs was a rare team-up. No longer were they Mudarib and Mutadarib, master and student. They were partners now. Still, this was a complete letdown. Detective vision. It was the style at the time. Still, this was a complete letdown. The atmosphere on the train set her on edge. Despite the instability of present-day Iraq, there were no soldiers aboard, only several policemen. Supposedly, this limitation of the military presence was all out of concern for the complicated political situation. But she couldn't help but wonder if it was more of a concern for saving money on soldiers' pay. The major powers touted peace while enforcing virtue, when they could be bothered. This railway was just one more example of their dubious policies, supposedly established to help foster interpersonal exchange and economic revitalization. It had originally been used for military transport until public travel was more useful for somebody's agenda.
退屈。善意の国際協力ってものが本当にあるなんて思ってもみなかった。これの持ち主はよっぽど平和で幸せなんだな、シャム。
This is so boring. Here we are, the carefree passengers of a modern conveyance operated by a well-intentioned international cooperation. Whoever owns this outfit has grown fat on peace.
ひねくれているな。善意の第三者は信用ならないか、カナン。
Don't be so cynical, her companion said. Do you really distrust the intentions of others so much?
別に信用なんてシャムしかできない。
The only one I trust is you.
そういうのが相手なら仕事はいつも楽だろうなと思っただけ。嫌ってるわけじゃない。
I just figured having you around would make our jobs a lot more fun. I'm not mad or anything.
結構襟好みがないのはいいことだ。
It's a good thing, not being too particular.
だが善意と私欲、どちらが組みやすいかは仕事の内容によるな。
Just keep in mind that whether we align with the good guys or the bad guys depends on the job.
善意には損得がない分、人間らしい交渉が通じない。それはそれで厄介だぞ。
So-called virtue has no value unless it provides some real benefit to somebody. Otherwise, it's just a bother. Virtue, Canaan sniffed. Virtue was just another name individuals gave to their own biased sense of justice. A rigid and fanatical concept subject to any number of arbitrary beliefs. One man's virtue was another man's depravity. The very idea made her think of those interminable meetings between political factions. People puffed themselves up as wise and sat at the conference table without the slightest interest in the other side's values. To them, all that mattered was that they had already decided what was good and right.
損得がないね。どうすれば利益が出るのか、どうすれば生き残れるか分かってるのに、目先のお金には転ばないってこと？
Some real benefit to somebody, so they know how to profit and how to survive, and still manage to not go for the money that's right under their noses.
もっと派手に人生そのものをつまずき続ける？
Can someone really keep living their life like that without eventually stumbling?
客観的に見れば
You need to look at things objectively.
安酒のようなものだ。それは手に入れやすく悪酔いしやすい。
Simple moral philosophy is like cheap booze. It's easy to get your hands on and easily makes you sick.
泥酔している人間に話し合いは期待できない。説得するより先にまず荒ごとで酒を抜かなきゃならん。
You can't expect to get through to someone who's dead drunk. Before you can convince yourself of your point, you need to beat the alcohol out of them.
例えば眉間を秒速で打ち抜いて。
Like by up and putting a bullet between their eyes.
ああ、まあ頭にアルコールが詰まっているかは疑問だが。
Perhaps, if it's the brain that's drunk. The man named Siam curled up the corners of his mouth. Though he wasn't a fundamentalist Muslim, he still detested alcohol as a tool of the devil. But his use of booze as a metaphor now was inspired less by his inner demons than by his unique sense of humor.
もう笑わない方がいいって言ったのに。
I told you to stop smiling.
シャム笑うと顔が怖いんだから。
It makes you look creepy. Harsh, yes, but it needed to be said. Siam's smile was a rare bird newly come to roost. The two had known each other for several years now. Back in the day, she had never known him to smile. As a change of habit, it felt unsettling, like a sort of surprise attack.
知っている。そう忠告されて以来、笑わないよう努めていた。
I know. I've been trying my best not to, ever since you first gave me that bit of advice.
まあ、俺たちの雇い主は苦行を美徳としている。笑わないというのは方針に合っているだろう。
Anyway, our employer values austerity. Not smiling ought to be our general policy. Canaan herself was equally guilty of a rare display. Her own sour expression had completely turned around. The only time she expressed human-like joy was when she and Siam were alone together. Her name was Canaan. Trained by Siam, a veteran mercenary, she had just turned 14 years old. So this is 4 years ago. Okay. So she's 18 as the events of the game. Canaan was not a real name, but a nickname given to her 2 years prior. Hers was a familiar story, that of a child who had lost her parents and her village to the ravages of war. Unlike most who shared such a beginning, however, she'd have two major strokes of luck. The first was the ability she had been born with. The second was that she'd met someone who taught her how to foster that ability. As a girl orphaned by war, she had almost inevitably taken up arms. Making herself useful to the powers that surrounded her had been the only way to survive. The only people she could depend on, the only ones who gave her anything, were them. The moment she didn't meet their expectations, she would go back to being a mere orphan. And so, this girl, a victim of war, fell under the protection of the warmongers, and was trained to be one of their soldiers. But then, she was picked up by a man, Siam, who freed her from those who had robbed her of her past. He had no ideology. He was unlike the others she had known in her broken world. The wandering people who had formed a new nation to be their promised land. And the ones they had driven out, now wanderers themselves who styled themselves liberators. Siam was a mercenary who had been hired by those would-be liberators, but he paid no heed to the ideologies of either side. He was a soldier who lived to fight, knowing he was unlikely to see the conflict's end during his lifetime. Canaan didn't know how long Siam had been working as a mercenary. By the time she'd wound up in his care, he was already a veteran worthy of her confidence. He told her that he'd been kicked out of the army, that he preferred solo missions where he could focus on his objective without worrying about fellow operatives. In that sense, he was something closer to an agent provocateur than an ordinary mercenary, Provocator. Siam was well aware of his distinct style and position. He sometimes revealed a hint of shame at the fact that the assignments he was given were not officially missions, Muhima, but instead were referred to as jobs, Imal. Still, he was known as a valuable asset on the Liberation Front. They were a guerrilla organization facing off against superior Israeli forces. A lone mercenary who could carry out major operations by himself, he had fit in well with the guerrilla's strategy. The fact that he was disposable if and when the time came was also quite appealing. And Canaan, once Siam took her in, had grown not as a soldier, but as a specialized covert operative. That was her good fortune. The orphan's talents weren't particularly well suited to acting as part of a unit. She was far better at being a solo diversionist, acting against the enemy organization. And so she had ceased to be a soldier, instead training as a diversionist. She fulfilled her new role adeptly. Siam and Canaan, they worked in concert as secret agents, infiltrating, gathering intel, conducting sabotage. She'd learned to operate without backup. Typically, one of the duo would sneak into enemy territory alone, while the other acted in a logistics or liaison role. Here and now, however, with their objective aboard this moving train, responding to an urgent request from their employer, the two were working together as a team.
でも、列車で輸送するってそんなに大きなものなの？今回のは。
So if this train is the transport, the objective must be something big, right?
いや、物自体は個人で所有できる大きさらしい。
No, what we're after is apparently small enough to be carried on one's person.
中身は俺たちの管轄ではない。事実としてそれがあるかないかの確認が先だ。
We're not authorized to look at the contents. The first task is simply to confirm whether it's really on board or not. Oh, is this going to be the UA virus?
それならもう終わりだ。私とシャムで見て回ったんだから間違いないよ。
Well, in that case, the job's done. We've both been looking around, and I think it's pretty clear.
この列車は外れ。どこをどう見ても普通の車両だし、おかしな手触りもないし。
This train is a bust, Kanan sighed. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it, and it doesn't feel wrong either.
輸送の予定が1日ずれたか、こっちの動きが漏れたか。そもそも初めからそんな計画はなかったってとこじゃない？
Either they're moving our objective at some other time, they got word that we would be here, or there was no such plan in the first place.
いや、今回の情報に限って空振りはない。信用できる提供者だからな。
No, the intel's solid. I trust the person who provided it. They'd received the intelligence just 2 days prior. Even by their own fast-moving standards, this job was inordinately rushed. A member of an American military deployed in Iraq has contacted a Mossad agent, indications suggest plan to deliver and hand over weapon. The Israeli Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations, Mossad conducts foreign intelligence gathering and counter-terrorist operations along with covert infiltration and the like. It is one of the arms of the Israeli intelligence community, along with entities such as the Shabak, Israel Security Agency, which handles domestic counterintelligence. Historically, the director of Mossad has acted as the governing chairperson of these agencies. Mossad is regarded as one of the premier intelligence agencies in the world. Board Iraq-Jordan Railway and gather intel. Recover payload if possible. Destroy if not. Weapon to be transferred, enemy escort, and loadout all unknown. No logistical support will be provided during the operation. It was uncertain why the enemy had chosen to move the mystery weapon along such a dangerous overland route, but the information came from a source that both Siam and the Liberation Front trusted absolutely. And the source had made it clear that the enemy forces were in a hurry to transfer this unknown new weapon. This was a tip that the Liberation Front could not overlook, and they directed Siam to act immediately. The situation was somewhat delicate because the enemy had decided to use a train that crossed the border as their means of transport. Given the tenuous political balance in the region, the Liberation Front couldn't risk open military action targeting an international train running from Iraq to Jordan. Political pressure from Israel and the US might have led the Jordanian government to give tacit consent to a weapons transfer. But if the freedom fighters intervened on a large scale, it would surely invite a military response. Worst case, things might spiral out of control and trigger yet another full-scale war in the Middle East. Thus, the job at hand required utmost secrecy. The enemy would disavow involvement in any clandestine transport, and those who moved against them must be similarly able to deny any involvement. Tacit? Okay, thank you. Stopping and destroying the secret payload was a job for covert agents. And so Siam and Canaan had hurriedly boarded the train, where they'd been spending their time staring out the window. 4 hours had passed without any incident aboard. Now they were arriving at the halfway point in their journey, the Jordanian border. There, abruptly, things began to change. Without warning, the train, which had hitherto seemed like a promise of safe passage, grew thick with the dangerous scent of an escort convoy. Hitherto?
会社の変更？
They're making adjustments to the train?
何それ？そんなの聞いてないし、聞いたこともないよ、シャム。
What's up with that, Siam? I didn't hear that announced. I've never heard of that happening mid-journey.
レール幅の問題だ。これまでレールはスタンダードゲージだが、ここからはロシアの援助で敷設された幅1524ミリのブロードゲージが残っているんだろう。
The problem is with the rails. The ones we've been running on are standard gauge. Past this point, the tracks are all 1524mm broad gauge that were installed with assistance from the Russians. Railway track with a 1435mm or 4 foot 8.5 inches space between the rails. It is the standard in the UK, where it originated, and due to internationalization, an estimated 60% or more of the world's railways use standard gauge. Railway with a track spaced further apart than standard gauge. The broader gauge offers some advantages, such as improved stability for cars and better resistance to crosswinds. Russia, India, and Finland are among the countries that use broad gauge, along with some parts of Spain.
レール幅が異なる路線を運行する列車は1両ずつ車体を持ち上げ台車ごと車輪を付け替える。
In order to run on the new rails, each of the train cars need to be lifted up in sequence, so their wheels can be replaced. The wheel exchange made for an extended delay. Each car in turn had to be removed from its couplings. Then each car was loaded onto a lift and refitted for the broad gauge tracks.
手間がかかるね。走れないなら、ここから走れる列車に乗り換えればいいの。
This is gonna take a while, Canaan grumbled. I wish we could just transfer over to a train that could head on from here.
ダイヤの遅延に文句を言うほど裕福な乗客はいないさ。
Well, the passengers on this train aren't rich enough to complain about a delay in the schedule.
荷物を改められるわけでもない。列車も乗客も無事目的地に着けるのならそれでいい。
In this way, the rail company doesn't need to change up the cargo. So long as the train and the passengers arrive safely at the destination, that's all that matters.
そう。確かにいちいち文句を言うほど余裕はないよね。私たちには。
Yeah, I suppose that we of all people have no cause for complaint.
けどシャム。
But Siam? Canaan sensed that there was more going on than just the switching over of the train's wheels. The train was being expanded. A freight car, clearly meant to carry goods of higher quality, was being added, sandwiched between a new pair of passenger cars. A total of 3 new cars were added. The only passengers in the 2 compartments surrounding the freight car were armed soldiers.
青一色だ。1車両に7人。合わせて14人。これも予定にあった？
They're all of the same shade of blue. 7 soldiers per car. Total of 14. Were you expecting this?
いや、ここまでは考えもしなかった。
No, I hadn't thought this far ahead.
貨車の増設か。あからさまだが事前対応は難しい。
Adding a new freight car, huh? Honestly, this would have been difficult to prepare for ahead of time. They were seeing a complex plan unfold. One that would be traceable after the fact, but which might be impossible to stop while it was in motion. Excuse me, while it was in motion. They now face a significant force of enemies that they might have to neutralize using only the firepower they had on their persons. Based on the orders CM had received, there was 0 chance they'd receive any backup.
あいつらが兵士なのは間違いないけど、どこの所属かまでは見えないよ。
They're definitely soldiers. Can't tell what army though.
彼らが乗客に偽装した兵士であり、貨車が加わったのなら問題ない。イスラエル側の兵士かどうかは貨車の中身が証明してくれるさ。
They're soldiers disguised as passengers, and if they're here with the freight car, it won't be an issue. The contents of those cars will tell us if they're Israeli soldiers or not.
そっか。今わかるのは、私たちのことはバレてないってことか。
I see. So all we know right now is that they're not onto us.
連中、安全だと判断したからことに出たんだよね。
It looks like they've decided that everything's safe.
そういうことだ。
Our only struck a look so far. The freight car transfer cast everything into doubt. It seemed to confirm that there was indeed a weapons delivery taking place, but recovering the payload was going to be more difficult than anticipated. The train transfer process finished without a hitch. The other passengers paid it little heed. Evidently, they were accustomed to this sort of delay.
強引な計画だね。おかげで応援を呼ぶことも装備の補充もできなかった。
Quite the fix our client has put us in. We can't call for backup, and we don't have a chance to resupply.
後先考えてない計画はやっぱり独特の善意から来るもの。
Fanatics never are very good at planning ahead, I suppose.
まあ、周りが見えてないあたり強硬派らしいと言えなくもない。
Or even stopping to sniff the air once in a while. Damn hardliners. At last, the train left the border behind. There were no planned stops between the frontier and Amman. Canaan and Siam needed to complete the job before the train arrived in Amman, which meant within the next 4 hours. The odds were 2 against 14. A difference of power so great it seemed absurd even to consider a plan of attack.
ザイームの配置ミスだよ、シャム。2人でやる仕事じゃない。うん。あからさまに来るならいっそ爆破すればいい。停車中にセムテックスでも仕掛ければよかったんだ。
Your Zaim messed up in assigning this mission, Siam. This isn't a job for 2 people. Given how black things are, we should just destroy the whole payload. We should have planted some Semtex back when the train was stopped. A plastic explosive developed in Czechoslovakia. It is clay-like and easily formed into different shapes. A similar type of explosive, Composition 4 or C4, used by the US Armed Forces, is perhaps more famous. It is used by many military organizations due to its durability and ease of transport.
乱暴だが効率的だな。俺たちの仕事が殲滅ならそれで行きたいところだが。
That would have been dramatic. That would be dramatic, but effective. If annihilation was our job, I'd have leaned that way too. They had checked the cars pretty thoroughly before they departed. Sneaking somebody aboard the freight car would probably have been close to impossible.
じゃあどうするの？正面から14人はちょっときついよ。
So what do we do? Taking on 14 soldiers head on is a bit of a tall order.
いや、そんな賭け事をするまでもない。
No, we're not gonna take that big of a gamble.
人手なら増える。もう一人ここで合流する予定だ。
If you're worried about our numbers, that's going to change. Someone else is joining up with us here.
Eh?
Eh? Canaan was shocked. She felt an unfamiliar kind of fear. As far as she'd known, Siam never teamed up with anyone but her. Pardon me, but I'd like to share your seat. The others are all occupied by men, and I'd prefer not to sit with them. As soon as the strangers spoke, Canaan saw Siam's color shift to a pale, pale blue. A bad sign. Pardon me, the newcomer repeated. I'd like to share your seat. Her voice was low. The muscles in her arms were like taut, like corded rope. To Kanaan's eyes, her visage was a complex melding of shifting colors. Is this? It went without saying. This was their sole reinforcement, their third teammate. We don't mind. Please sit. Thanks. Say, mind letting me have your spot, miss? Children should be next to their guardian. I should be in your place. Canaan sighed. You get the feeling this is Alphard? It might be. That could be the start of why she doesn't trust, why she wants to kill Alphard. Siam, is this young lady hard of hearing, or does she just not speak Arabic? Canaan, come sit next to me. This is one of our employers, the one who provided our intel. She's an old friend of mine. Canaan said nothing, but she did get up from her seat and sit next to Siam. She'd do as he asked, although she didn't trust this woman. She didn't like the way he'd said old friend. It brought up all her natural cynicisms. Charmed, I'm sure. Is this kid your backup, Siam?
Yeah.
No, I'm the protection this time around. She's more suited to offense. Her skills are the real deal. So is her attitude. But she's not lookout material. She only really gets going when there's someone to fight. Well, so she's still in training. The woman regarded Canaan with a cold gaze. She gave the impression of a snake, trying to sense the body temperature of potential prey. Well, I mean, if Alphard is the serpent, then... She's cute. I approve. How's her left arm? Can she move it alright? Or has your little lady in training not learned how to take care of herself yet? Canaan glared sidelong at the woman. She wasn't offended by the remark itself. The fact that her left arm was still in pain. What unsettled her was that this woman's powers of perception, able to detect Canaan's injury through the heavy cloak she wore. It's just a scratch. It won't be a problem. Okay, but how did it happen? Did you get injured before or after you boarded the train? That'll tell me whether you're just half a soldier, or simply a fool. Canaan did not reply. The silent treatment, huh? Hey, Sham. I guess it's Shyam. Shyam. Which is it? He didn't answer. Had she seen something in that silence?
はあ、そういうこと?
Ah, of course. This stranger could read Shyam's silence better than anyone, better than his own partner. The woman's stoic face grew just a shade brighter. Her smile was entirely sarcastic, but at least it was a display of human emotion. It was a smile as if to say, well done, as if Canaan's injury were some fated thing.
見たところ戦争孤児か。まったく。懲りないなお前も。仕込みは何年になるんだ。
I'm guessing she's a war orphan. Seems you don't learn either. How long since you started working on her?
引き受けたのは2年前だ。
I took her in 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2003. The Middle East. A war orphan. All that information taken together left no question about just what battlefield she'd seen. The Iraq War. She had lived through the long night of a war that was, for the winning side, had been little more than a display of overwhelming resources and overwhelming technology.
安心したよ。半人前だが心構えはあるわけだ。
That's a relief. She's only half a person, but at least she's ready.
では技術はこれから見させてもらおう。
I'm looking forward to seeing her skills in action.
お前が連れてくる以上は、一発には鍛えられているだろうしな。
If you brought her along, Shiam, her training must be sufficient. Now that she inferred Canaan's background, the woman's enmity seemed to abate. Their initial reluctance to trust each other had apparently been mutual. Canaan wasn't necessarily happy, but if this was the team Shiam wanted, she would accept it. As the woman had observed, Canaan had been trained by Shiam after all. And Shiam's judgment was absolute. Canaan knew him as her instructor and mentor, the ideal soldier, utterly reliable. She turned her gaze away from the woman and looked out the window. Yeah, I mean, we knew that going into it. The passing scenery drew out her memories of the life she'd lived over the past few years. A girl who had lost all her relatives to war. The tale of a child who had never held a gun before, becoming a full-fledged soldier at the heels of a veteran mercenary. All of it came hazily drifting back into her mind. All the life I'd had before was taken away by the war. The echoing of gunfire in the distance, the sound of buildings ablaze. I couldn't help but think how much smaller and simpler those sounds were than I'd imagined them to be from stories. No place had seemed safer to me than my house, and it was reduced to ruin by a single artillery shell. A few moments after the blast, a group of strange men came barging in. I could hear their heavy footsteps, their coarse voices muttering. They're dead, we've killed them. Luckily for me, my father had been thinking quickly and sent me into the basement. Unluckily, he and my brothers were still in the living room when the blast hit. It wasn't just the furniture that was gone now without a trace. I sat in the basement thinking. From the men's conversation, I realized they were looking for my father's corpse, my older brother's, and my own. I can remember every word the soldiers said. Something had clicked in my mind as I listened. I committed to memory how many men there were, what their voices sounded like, what names they called one another, so that I would never ever forget. Focused on hearing their every word, for the next hour, I felt neither fear nor boredom. I gathered that there was no trace of my father's body, but they had found my older brother's. Satisfied, the soldiers left. All of this happened when I was 12 years old. Trapped under the rubble, it was days before I was rescued. I'd lost my family and any place to belong. The adults who found me realized that I'd suffered emotional scarring, but they didn't have the time to bother with that. They're dead, we've killed them. Yes. There are too many things one needs to do in life. In my case especially, I expect I'm going to be overworked. It was quite simple. The reason I took up arms. It was not atonement that I sought, but equal compensation for what I'd lost. Unjust usurpers. Deeds whose cost were reckoned in blood. I have still not been paid what I am owed. The balance must be settled. I only ask as much as they took from me. That is why I carry on. Never resting, with the relentless precision of a machine. Sorry, every time it gets me. It always gets me. It is simply a tale of sorrow, giving way to resentment, giving way to cold reason. Was it odd that I never felt malice? Perhaps I could see too clearly. I could see things on a broader scale than others. Could see where the evil was, where the flaws were. Could see it all so clearly that I was dumbstruck into sheer objectivity. The weak are evil. My family, my father, people I should have been proud of, had too many flaws. People of conscience, who esteemed a righteous society, who embraced complicated and contradictory things, who tried to become good sheiks. An Arabic word denoting the leader of a tribe or a wise man, an honorary term of respect for someone who commands trust, in the modern day is often used to refer to scholars, community representatives, and people in high-ranking management positions. Their many failings created enemies, invited war, and brought on their defeat. Violence was a vulgar thing, far beneath the cultured behavior of my father and brother, but it still had the final word over them in the end. We may have been cruel to those who would shame us, yet we had tolerated too many of those foreign invaders. Balance is key. One must clad oneself in complexities, yet be simple at the core. Taking action always requires a first step. If someone takes from you, you take it back. If they kill you, you kill them back. Action and reaction. We should have thought more simply. By perceiving everyone different than ourselves as our enemies, we brought on the war long before it was inevitable. Even if my father and brother had been operating in a vacuum, they probably would have done the same. But every family has so many kin to hold dear, so many others who cloud their perspective. Except for me. Ha! My family and my kin are utterly gone. Apart from the determination I already possessed, I knew I needed to hone myself. My growing skills as a soldier were necessary for me to achieve my goals, and more basically, necessary for me to even survive. My goals? In the beginning, that was all I really thought about. Once I'd become an orphan, I resolved not to rely on anyone. My trauma wouldn't let me trust anyone else. And yet, eventually, I wound up feeling a sense of trust for this man, who found me and committed 2 years ago, or who committed 2 years to training me. It was something I'd never thought I'd feel again.
素人を鍛えられるほど気の長いやつはここにはいないそうだ。
There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice.
適任ではないが、お前には俺がつくことになった。
I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you. Shiam was always more freelancer than soldier. He belonged to a liberation movement, but he made his living taking on jobs as a reliable mercenary. Refers here to the Palestinian Liberation Movement, a political movement formed in response to the conflict arising between the newly resettled Jewish people and the pre-existing Arab Palestinian residents, advocating freedom of the Palestinian people from Israeli rule. There has been a long recurring cycle of terrorism and revolt, followed by periods of peace, but to this day, the issue remains fundamentally unresolved. To this day, to this very day. to now. I guess his role gave him a lot of freedom because unlike a grunt who simply fired guns, he was allowed to act as a sort of instructor. He had no close ties within his organization, which was convenient for me. I'd taken up arms not because of any ethnic conflict, but for my own personal cause.
教官としての報酬を受け取ってはいるが、これは本契約ではない。時間の無駄は互いのためにもならない。お前に適合性がないと判断すれば、その時点で契約を切る。
Oh, sorry. I'm being compensated for teaching you, but that doesn't make this some kind of formal contractual arrangement. Neither of us should waste the other's time. If I decide you're not suited for what I'm teaching, I'm calling the deal off. Luckily for me, Shiam ignored my unique background and upbringing, and simply trained me to be a fighter, growing as an instructor along the way.
銃は性能を裏切らない。オートマチックは兵士の戦闘能力を平均化する。
Good firearms will not limit your abilities. Automatic weapons act as equalizers for soldiers on the battlefield.
持つ側の技術が水準に達してしまえば、誰も彼も同じことしかできないようになっている。
If both sides have equal technology, then everyone is theoretically capable of the same things as everyone else.
逆を言えば、現在の水準に達していない銃を選んだ者は真っ先に振るい落とされる。
Conversely, if you have a gun that isn't up to modern standards, you'll be weeded out first.
お前が初めに覚えることは、手にしたものが良質か粗悪かを測る術であり。
The first thing you need to learn is the skill to tell whether the weapon in your hands is superior or inferior. Guns are simple, not nearly as complicated as people. You just pull the trigger. My father had handled weapons occasionally, but never showed me how to use one. Political struggle was his preferred form of conflict, and in the end, it was that bias that defeated him. I took up guns to avoid repeating his mistake, but also, the feel of a metal grip in my hands seemed to suit me. At least, that's how it always felt to me. Maybe my fondness for weapons was deliberately ingrained into me by Shiam's instruction.
女であることを忘れるな。どれほど優れた才能であろうと、体格は変えられない。
Don't forget that you're a woman. However superior your skills may be, you cannot change your physique.
複数の敵と拳銃で撃ち合うときは、最も近くにいる敵に向けて2発撃ち込め。命中していなくても、足指の付け根を軸に向きを変え、次の敵を撃て。敵を接近させるな。
If you're facing multiple opponents with a pistol, shoot at the nearest target twice. Even if you don't hit, pivot with your knees and fire at the next enemy. Keep them all engaged, don't let them get close. I mastered the basics that first year. I say this not out of any excess pride or self-confidence, but I was measurably the best of the soldiers other than Shiam himself. After that, Shiam and I began working jobs together. Shiam was against it at first, but I had the ability, and he at least had the objectivity to acknowledge that fact. He was an exceptional teacher, and I was an even more exceptional student. I was an ideal subordinate, an inhuman combatant, willing to use whatever I deemed useful to get an edge. I had countless brushes with death out on the battlefield. The reality of war is that people die, regardless of their tech, their experience, their abilities. I ought to have accepted that reality when I lost my family, but it was the battlefield that made the truth completely clear. The society into which I'd been born seeks to assign value not just in monetary terms, but for individual dignity and even ideologies. But only death is truly impartial. I was able to survive through all of this largely thanks to Shiam's aptitude. He wound up protecting me countless times when my inexperience put me in peril. His intervention was not out of any fondness for me, but rather a cool calculation in the interest of completing the mission. He knew I could be counted on. Never much to look at, he accrued even more scars in the course of rescuing his risk-prone student. There was almost no place that he hadn't been shot, except somehow in the head. Maybe there was a trick to that. I'd wanted to ask him secretly, but there was no allowance for questions while he was my shield. How many layers? Technically we're in a flashback because we're before the events of the game with Canaan on the plane. Then Canaan is flashbacking to 4 years ago where we're on the train, and now she's flashbacking 2 years or a year ago. I guess a year now because they're currently working together in missions. So there you go. That many layers. I could only make such small talk once his time as my protector had come to an end. And even then, up until this very moment, there'd never been a good time to ask. I had just wound up believing that Shiam would never die. That no matter how many times people opened fire on him, he simply wouldn't get hit where it mattered. Where it really mattered. That was all probably a delusion on my part, of course. But the fact was that he just didn't die. Of course his heart had already died some time before. Bullets couldn't kill someone who was already dead. He deserved my trust. We were of the same breed, he and I. Shiam would always have my back, no question. Every once in a while, a truly exceptional soldier turns up. Superhuman. Keep up your mercenary career long enough, you'll run into one sooner or later. My training was complete. I was no longer a student, but a mercenary. And this is what Shiam had to tell me? I responded with sarcasm. What was this, some Hollywood script? Shiam had never really joked with me before. No science fiction. This is as real as it gets. On the battlefield, individual gear and skills can only carry a soldier so far. Death comes for us all equally. My turn could be next. After that, might it be you? You know? But in the midst of that sort of deadly equality, there are monsters who can overturn the balance. Shiam went on to tell a story of two soldiers, one wielding a revolver and one an automatic handgun. The wildly anachronistic revolver was no match for the automatic. Even disregarding magazine size, a higher rate of fire meant superior power, period. Don't tell Ocelot that. A machine pistol capable of firing 3-round bursts would turn the revolver into Swiss cheese. Typically refers to a handgun capable of automatic or semi-automatic fire, though frequently also denotes a weapon between the size of a pistol and a submachine gun. Because of their comparatively limited magazine capacity, such weapons are not, however, capable of the high volume of fire of a full-size machine gun. Famous models include the Beretta M93R and Glock 18. Some modern automatic weapons are equipped with a switch that allows the option of firing 3 bullets each time the trigger is pulled. Compared to full automatic mode, in which the weapon will fire continuously for as long as the trigger is held down, firing 3-round bursts allow for better conservation of ammunition and control of the weapon. It's not about the technical limitations of the revolver versus the auto. It's about our awareness of those limitations, and at the same time about our own limits as soldiers. Shiam went on, talking about how similar weapons could equalize the abilities of soldiers, and about those who had removed that collar from themselves and deviated from that equilibrium. For instance, the unparalleled gunfighter capable of rapid fire like that seen in a Hollywood Western, a type of character who'd actually existed. Experts who could fan the hammer, unloading 5 shots at a target in the span of a single second. Of course, simple rapid fire alone wasn't worth fearing. It had to be accompanied by the skill to put it on target. Shiam had probably just been trying to offer an explicit example of a time when exceptional human skill could surpass the capabilities of the available hardware. It all seemed too fantastical, but he had been dead serious. Apparently he'd run across such rule breakers in the past.
生まれついての戦争や重機の申し子、強運の塊、我々とは違う身体の機能、そういったものを持つ超人は稀に現れる。
Born warmongers, patron saints of small arms, lucky souls, people with different physical capabilities than you and I.
身体機能に天性の差があるのは言うまでもないが、その才能がピタリと戦争に符合する幸運な兵士。
Natural differences in physical prowess, sure, but also talents perfectly suited for war, maestros of the battlefield.
戦場でのみ人間の規格から逸脱し、一個の兵士では起こし得ない戦果を上げるもの。やってしまった兵士にとっては嵐のようなものだ。
Soldiers far outside the norm, who can accomplish things no single soldier should be able to. When you meet an enemy like that, it's like staring down the storm. Still, even according to Shiam, such supermen could only deal with 3 or 4 opponents within any given moment. So assuming you had 5 or more to attack them in that moment, there'd be no problem taking them down. I was relieved. He wasn't talking mere fiction, but he also wasn't just telling some joke. So then what was his story all about?
お前は超人ではないが、極限ではある。それを自ら承知しているのも知っている。
It's this game, everything has to be long. You're not a super person, but you are superb, and moreover, you know yourself.
だからこそ気をつけろ。
Still, that's all the more reason to be on your guard.
5体の境界を誤らず、己の才能に頼るな。
Don't misjudge your body's limitations, and don't depend too much on your own skill.
お前は完成されている。自分の性能を正しく把握しているのなら、決して破れることはない。
You are complete. So long as you have a proper grasp of your capabilities, you won't be defeated. Thus did Shiam acknowledge my ascendance to the status of a warrior. It was an achievement to be proud of, to be seen as his sole peer as a combatant, perhaps even his better. More than anything, the esteem I held for Shiam was a reflection of the esteem he showed me. We were the same. That's why when the time came, I had scarred my left arm. I wanted a physical symbol of our connection. Okay, so that's what Canaan's tattoo is about. Hello, Hikanoa Guild. Should I call you Hikaru? I'm sorry, I forgot, like, it's Hikaru and Noir, right? Noir? I haven't caught you in a while because it's always so late and I'm asleep. Introductions were a simple affair. Shiam had no need to give his name. Canaan had no interest in the woman's. Hikaru, Hikanoa, Dark Wolf you still prefer. Okay. I'll call you Hikaru. Now we're back to only 2 layers of flashback. Canaan had no interest in this woman's, and the woman seemed satisfied with what she knew of the other 2.
呼び方はシャムとお嬢さんでいい?
Shall I just call you Shiam and the young lady then? The newcomer asked.
問題がないのなら、そちらの今の名前は?
Shiam shrugged. If you're okay with that, what name are you going by now?
ああ、連携は必要だな。カナンというのはどうだ?
Yes, I suppose we'll need to coordinate. How does Canaan work? Canaan couldn't suppress a sound of irritation. She tugged wordlessly on Shiam's coat, like a pouting cat stalking a claim to what it wanted for its own.
すまない。それは問題がある。
Sorry, but that might pose a problem, Shiam replied.
冗談だよ。今は定かで通している。
I'm joking, the woman said. I'm actually going by Sadaka these days. In Islam, this refers to the act of giving spontaneous, voluntary charity to the needy, It is distinct from zakat, a form of obligatory almsgiving.
それじゃ、そろそろ本題に入ろうか。
Now then, shall we get down to the matter at hand? Sadaka explained how the job would unfold. They'd waited until the train had traveled for an hour beyond the border before moving against their objective. Hopefully they could finish the mission an hour before their arrival in Amman. Canaan peered at Shiam's face as he and Sadaka spoke. His color was, as always, blue. That shift earlier to an unlucky color, the cloudy whiteness of an unfamiliar stranger, had lasted only for a moment.
目的となる貨物車両は3両目。その前後である第2と第4車両にはそれぞれ7人ずつ護衛が配置されている。うち第4車両の2人は定期的に後部車両の見回りをするようだ。
Our objective is in the freight car, number 3, Sadaka explained. 7 guards apiece are stationed in cars 2 and 4 to either side. It looks like 2 of the guards from car 4 leave to patrol the back end of the train at set intervals.
そら、噂をすれば。
And speak of the devil. Without even shifting her gaze, Canaan could confirm the presence of 2 soldiers moving through the car in which she sat. 2 blue blotches passing by. The color of alert escorts. A rending inorganic blue. The color of fighters skilled in the use of guns they carried. People who wore this color usually rubbed Canaan the wrong way. Oh, who were this color. Yeah, that makes sense. I just read it wrong. Just being near them made her uncomfortable. Shiam was a contradictory counterexample. Despite his dangerous hue, he eased her nerves. But whether the colors expressed themselves as painful or gentle didn't mean anything. The colors were merely colors. Whether warm or cold, everything was done neatly in simple colors, as if painted with run-of-the-mill materials.
列車の最後尾は同じく貨物列車だが、こちらに積まれているものは至って健全な物資だ。最悪の場合、ここに籠城できないこともない。
The last car on the train is also a freight car, but everything in there is ordinary goods. If worse comes to worse, we could conceivably hole ourselves up in there, Sadaka said.
まあ、催涙弾の一つでも投げ込まれればおしまいだがね。
Of course, if someone were to toss in a tear gas grenade or something, we'd be done for.
いや、交戦は避ける。
Let's try to stay away from any direct conflict, Shiam said.
目撃者も犠牲者も出すなというのがオーダーだろう。
The orders were to avoid both casualties and eyewitnesses.
ことは秘密裏に。
Agreed. We'll infiltrate the freight car.
連中が私たちに気づくのは、列車がアンマンに到着し、何もかも立ち去った後か。
The enemy won't know we were even here until the train arrives in Amman, and we're already long gone.
いいね。それは私の注文通りだ。
Over and done. Perfect.
では確認する。
Let me just confirm then, Shiam
輸
replied.
送の真偽は明らかになった。我々の目的はこれの奪還に移行する。変更点は？
We've established that they're transporting the weapon. Now our objective is to recover it and get out. Any changes to that?
ない。スポンサーとして同志の行動に期待し、また私もこれに参加する。
None. You do your part, and I'll do mine. It had been just over 5 hours since they boarded the train. Canaan felt a sense of relief that at long last the action she'd been anticipating would finally commence. Their objective was to recover the parcel in the freight car toward the front section of the train. They would infiltrate the car without alerting the guards, acquire the payload, and then disembark from the train as if they were just normal passengers. Top priority was acquiring the item. Secrecy was secondary. If it turned out that they needed to take the payload by force, they'd been given permission to initiate combat. Violence was definitely on the table. If it came to that. If they were detected, they'd wind up in a 3-on-14 shootout aboard the train.
OK。私とシャムの役割はわかる。けどこの女は何をするんだ？ そもそもどうしてスポンサーが出向いてくる？
Okay, Canaan said. I know what you and I are doing, Shiam. What's her job, though? Why is our sponsor even here in the first place?
彼女の専門は暗号破りだ。
She's a code-breaking specialist. There we go.
本来なら別の人間を手配するんだが、急な話だったからな。昨日の時点で合流できる専門職は彼女しかいなかった。
Ordinarily, they wouldn't have sent the sponsor personally, but time was of the essence. When the plan fell into place yesterday, she was the only operative available to make the rendezvous.
暗号破りってそれなら。
And so they sent a code breaker.
そうすねるな。この道ではこいつは一流だ。お前もいい経験になるさ。
Don't be like that. She's an expert at what she does. This will be a good experience for you.
随分とらしくないな、シャム。
I mean, we don't have any confirmation, but it is like a, something she has already, that we know that she has labeled herself as already, right? How not like you, Shiam, Sadaka said.
カナンという子供にほだされたというのは本当だったか。
I guess the rumors about you going soft over some kid were true.
人一倍手がかかっているだけだが。
She's just causing me an epic amount of trouble.
そんな話が触れ回っているのか。
Why? Is that the sort of story that's been going around?
いいや。我々がカナンという優秀な人材を手に入れたという話ぐらいさ。
No. We just heard that you'd picked up some extremely capable individual named Canaan.
私もまさかこんなお嬢さんとは思っていなかったが。
I didn't expect she'd be like this young lady here, though.
私もお前みたいな女がスポンサーとは知らなかった。知ってたら2年もいなかった。
Well, I didn't know someone like you was our sponsor, Canaan replied. Not that we've seen much of you over the past 2 years.
それは違うな。私は多くの支援者のうちの一人だよ。指導者じゃない。だいたい一紛争に本腰を入れるほど暇じゃないんだ。
You've got the wrong idea. I'm only one of many of your supporters. I'm not a mentor. I don't have the time to play an individual part in every little scuffle.
そのくせこんな仕事に顔を出してるじゃないか。
But you've got time to show up in person for a job like this.
別件で近くに来ていてね。そのついでだよ。
As it happens, I do, Sadaka replied. I was already nearby, dealing with another matter.
今回はネタがネタだし、無視するわけにもいかんだろう。
And given the details of this mission, I couldn't simply ignore it.
すればよかったのに。こんなの私とシャムだけで十分だ。
And I wish you had. Shiam and I can handle this on our own. The enmity between the two had become like a steady rhythm, driving along their conversation. It did make them interesting to listen to, for better or for worse.
定か。その別件とは何か問題でも？
What do you mean by another matter, Sadaka? Shiam asked. Were you here because there was some problem?
ほう。
Oh, Canaan was intrigued. Shiam wasn't the kind of person to ask irrelevant questions. Had he twigged something that might affect the mission? Whatever the case, Sadaka smiled pleasantly.
プロジェクトの一つに問題が出てきてね。
An issue cropped up in one of our projects.
人材の調査と兵器の不具合の2点だ。
I've been looking into the personnel involved, along with a flaw in a weapon.
そうだな。例えば、お前が懐に飲んでるものは殺傷能力が高い武器という触れ込みだが、当たったのに効果がないとクレームがあったとしたらどうだ。
Here's an example. How would you feel if you were dealing with a gun that you expected to be quite lethal, but which an observer claimed had no effect whatsoever? So 4 years ago was the attack, right? The initial test? Where a vehicle exploded in front of the police station and was trying to like carry some airborne virus, but it didn't work. So this is what Alphard is talking about right here, or Sadaka.
何それ、そんなの不具合どころの話じゃない。
What's that supposed to mean? You're not talking about a flaw there, Canaan said.
きとした欠陥商品じゃないか。
That would just be a completely defective piece of hardware.
ああ、その通りだお嬢さん。今まで信頼していたものに欠陥があったでは我々の信頼に関わる。
Yes, young lady, exactly. When there's a defect in something you've always trusted, it affects that trust.
無視してもいい不安要素なんだが、取り除けるなら取り除いた方が商品になるからね。
You could ignore it and hope it won't cause you trouble, but you're better off ridding yourself of something that isn't up to snuff.
現地に行って問題点とやらを確認し、しかるべき対処法を提出する。つまらない仕事さ。
When such a situation arises, I head on site, assess whatever problems there are, and recommend appropriate courses of action. It's a boring job.
近頃はこんな駒遣いばかりだ。コードブレイカーならぬリスクブレイカーというところか。
These days, I'm basically a maid. Less a code breaker and more of a risk breaker, you could say.
そう、偉そうにしてるけど、誰かの駒遣いなのは変わらないんだ。
I see. So you act all important, but that doesn't change the fact that you're just running errands.
まったくだ。まるで戦争の使いだよ。
Through a battlefield, yes. Sadaka brushed aside Kanan's insult with an air of confidence. Kanan scowled. The woman was so sure of herself. She turned away and gazed at out at the scenery outside, and then she realized the snack she'd been gnawing on was gone.
シャム、
Sham, Kanan hissed.
今日は多いな。そんなに不満か？
Take it easy, Kanan, Shiam said. I know you're under a lot of stress.
シャム、話の途中だが少しいいか。
Sham, Sadaka interjected. Do you mind if I interrupt real quick?
簡潔に済むのなら。
So long as you keep it quick.
ああ、さっきから気になっていたんだが、お前の相棒は何を食べている？新手の携帯食か？
Sure. So I noticed that your partner has been nibbling on something. What is it? Some kind of new snack?
そんなものだ。試すか？
That's right. Want to try some? Shiam rolled the worst joint he that no. Without saying anything, Sadaka took one of the offered treats. She tore open the paper wrapper on one end, then stuck the contents between her teeth like a cigarette, just as Kanan had. Kanan watched her resentfully, knowing what she was tasting. A simple, unpretentious sweetness. The purity of concentrated sugar.
ではなく、
Sugar?
そのものだ。
Sadaka said.
ただの砂糖じゃないかこれ。
Is that really all this is?
ああ、シュガースティックを固めたものだ。乾燥して
I've been given a stretch command and a hydrate command. Thank you,
今
Cameron.
じゃ注射器を使って固形化している。
I'll read this line first,
品
real
質で
quick.
言うなら日本製のものがいいそうだ。
Yes, hardened sticks of sugar. They're dried and formed into shapes. We've become big fans ever since we found them in the market. Nowadays they use injectors to shape them. The best ones come from Japan, I hear. Alright, let me do that stretch. Welcome, Cameron. They're enjoying candy cigarettes. What are your thoughts on candy cigarettes? Alright, that was my stretch. Now for drinky. I gotta be careful because this thing is noisy when I open it. No, I thought they still sold Popeye candy sticks. Yeah, at this point they're not called candy cigarettes anymore. They're just candy sticks or sugar sticks or whatever. And they don't come in Sometimes they used to come in packages that look like cigarette packages. But they don't do that anymore. Canaan focused on gnawing on her own stick, not really listening to Shiam's explanation. There was a brief silence. Sadaka let out a sullen sniff. She looks so upset here. Yeah, and you know, I think the ones I was familiar with were ones that I think look like Indian cigarettes. Like Indian the brand, I think, or something. And yeah, they would have red dye on the other end. You have strange tastes. You really like these things? Yeah, I like that there's nothing to get in the way of the flavor. Sadaka raised an eyebrow dubiously. The time had come. They got up from their seats without a sound. Draped in their hoods, Canaan and Sadaka made their way through the train, doing their best to draw no attention. Shiam had put together a timeline. They should spend no more than 30 minutes at most on their infiltration. In addition to the soldiers stationed in the passenger cars, it was possible that the enemy also had lookouts disguised as normal passengers. A seat left open for too long might arouse unwanted suspicion. The team needed to sneak into the freight car, obtain the payload, and return to their seats without a single minute wasted. Shiam was too tall and muscular to be well suited for infiltration. He would hang back and act as the girl's rear guard, and if the operation was discovered, his task would be to secure an escape route for them. I love the train transition. We're in position, Sadaka called in on one of the tiny voice-activated radios that the three carried. Synchronized watches. She and Canaan prepared to make their way to the final objective in the freight car up ahead. Despite their clashing personalities, they moved almost like twins as they went about their work. It was evidence that their training had instilled them with similar priorities. Just so I'm clear on this, Sadaka said, all you're bringing is that Beretta and one spare magazine? Yeah, hope you're okay with that. Yes, if it comes to a firefight, I'll let you handle shooting back. My job here is code breaking. As long as I have my PC and someone to cover me, I'm good. Okay. I'm gonna keep going though, but you have a good AFK. Both of them were going in with a minimal loadout. As a covert agent in enemy territory, that made Canaan uneasy. But then, if a fight did break out here, the mission was already a partial failure. The organization couldn't spare equipment for a team that only needed it if they fouled things up. Yeah, I know. I was just letting you know. You never know with people sometimes. Have you checked the route? The route's fine as long as you're fine. This isn't going to be desk work. Not my specialty, but an acceptable level of risk. This isn't my first rodeo. What about you? You ready for this? I've ridden my share of wild horses. Once I get on, I don't fall off. Quite the swashbuckling little heroine, aren't you? Let's get the circus started. I thought we were at a rodeo. big reveal. Look at that. Look at smug ass Alfred. The garb that the two girls wore under their cloaks was quite different from the norm for Middle Eastern women. Aside from the fact that one wore red and the other black, their outfits were rather similar. Are they? Both of them had dressed for maximum freedom of movement. No problems with the infiltration route, Sadaka reported. We're on the move. With all of the casual air of a traveler going for a stroll, and without any hesitation whatsoever, she headed for the outside of the train. No problems with the infiltration route. We're on the move. The call cut out. From here on, the team would retain radio silence, except in cases of emergency. As the girl's backup, Shiam had to decide on a course of action. He could try making his way through the inside of the train, heading straight towards the sequestered freight car. It would make him obvious, but that would at least draw the guards' attention onto him for a time. He had no intention of trying to get into the freight car itself, of course. His goal was simply to draw the guards' eyes. He could claim to be on his way to meet a friend. The guards would be sure to intercept him and try to usher him away from the freight car. While that was going on, Canaan and Sadaka would hopefully be able to sneak inside. But it seemed that wasn't going to be an option. There were no ordinary passengers in the cars where the guards were posted. If the thing they were protecting was what Siam thought it was, these guards would be good. Any unusual action he took would provoke them and only heighten their alertness. He didn't want to do anything to complicate things for the girls. He decided that his best course of action was just to stay ready in case things went bottoms up. Bottoms up. He checked the gun he'd hidden at his feet. Then he pictured in his mind the guards in the nearest compartment, their builds, their gear, their positions. Veteran fighter though he was, he could think of no good way to make up for the sheer difference in numbers. If a fight did break out, it would still be 1 against 7. To break through an enemy position held by soldiers who knew what they were doing, he'd have to completely abandon his own better judgment. Those who are willing to rise above themselves can overcome any stroke of luck. I don't know what that strange B is. Apostrophe B. I don't know what that is. He was reminded of a story he'd been told as a student, a fable involving a board game. Life was represented by the board. There was a clear, defined endpoint. One proceeded toward that end, but dire pitfalls had been set up on the way to the goal. It was a valuable lesson. One shouldn't have a golden life. Or rather, one shouldn't think of the end as the goal. The proper way to live one's life was to realize it was already over. One must focus on the moment. A German SZ. I don't know why I was there at all. I don't know what a German SZ is. Maybe that's the philosopher who made this story up. I don't know. One must focus on the moment. This game of striving for the goal, for the end, that was just a way of rushing headlong towards one's death. The priorities were backwards. One shouldn't have a goal in life. One shouldn't seek meaning in oneself. To seek reward, to seek proof that you'd lived by achieving some hypothetical endpoint, that was a fool's game. Shiam's ability to live without hunting for such proofs was one of the very few things on which he prided himself as a mercenary. Slipping his gun out of its hiding place, Shiam narrowed his eyes slightly. Until now, he had been a lone soldier, put to use however his employers deemed necessary. He held no tenets, no opinions. He acknowledged that he was an instrument of war. He acknowledged that this was an age where such instruments were necessary. How many battlefields had he passed through? He could see no value in trying to sum up such experience with some complex, ever-shifting philosophy. There were none There were those who would wage war, and those who would try to end it, and tools were necessary for both of those ends. That was all the justification the soldier required. Warriors fought, and then they died. There was no room for anything resembling a normal life. That's who they were. Demons, not men. To Xiam, to this mercenary, this was a simple fact. His watch showed that 6 minutes had passed. 24 minutes to go. By then, they would all know if they had failed or succeeded. It was too long and yet too short. A gulf of time for him to fill with his own rusty memories. Is it time for flashbacks from him? He had been born into an age of enduring conflict. 1948, the first Arab-Israeli war, which started with the declaration of the establishment of the State of Israel. In response to the Israeli Declaration of Independence of 1948, the 5 nations of Lebanon, Syria, Transjordan, Iraq, and Egypt, later joined by Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Morocco, declared war and marched on Palestine. Armistice agreements were signed in 1949, with the ultimately triumphant Israel taking control of most of Palestine. Over 800,000 displaced Arab refugees. A conflict between those who had formed their own nation at the end of their wandering and those who would now never be able to return to those lands. 1956. The tripartite aggression over the Suez Canal. Any attempts at negotiation or diplomacy were ineffective. The Middle Eastern hegemony shifted into the hands of 2 nations, further deepening the turmoil. In 1956, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser declared the nationalization of the Suez Canal. Opposing this move, the United Kingdom and France backed Israel in an invasion of the Sinai Peninsula, leading to a violent conflict with Egypt. In 1957, the United States and Soviet Union intervened, arranging a ceasefire. And then, 1964, the Palestinian Liberation Organization was formed to retake its founder's rightful homeland, his homeland. An umbrella organization with the goal of the liberation of Palestine from Israeli control, abbreviated PLO. After Yasser Arafat, founder of the PLO's dominating faction, Fatah, became chairman, the organization took on the de facto role of the Palestinian government in exile. The Oslo Accords of 1993 saw governance centralized into the interim Palestinian National Authority. Following the death of Arafat in 2004, Mahmoud Abbas assumed the position of chairman of the PLO, as well as president of the Palestinian National Authority, the peace process still ongoing. 4 years prior, he'd been born in a region west of the Jordan River. Like the other young men of faith who had thrown themselves into the liberation movement, he too had chosen a path of belief. But his beliefs were too rigid, too severe. He did not know or value compromise. He learned to focus on what he could accomplish as a soldier, and strove to become one of the elite, in order to end the fighting as soon as possible. He believed that this was the very best that he could do. The organization he'd joined in his teens was small, but had affiliated itself with the PLO and then joined up with Colonel Gaddafi's camp, which had provided its members with necessary soldiers' education. The former supreme leader of Libya, seizing power in a 1969 coup d'etat, he is perhaps best known for his radical anti-Western rhetoric during the 1970s and 80s, as well as rumored backing of various terrorist groups. In the latter part of his life, his relationship with the West gradually improved. He played a leadership role in the formation of the African Union in 2002, becoming its chairman in 2009. Gaddafi was deposed and killed in 2011 by rebel forces in the Libyan civil war. So that actually happened after this game originally came out. So this game originally came out on the Wii in 2008. So this was actually something that must have been updated for the the current version. I'm sure there's been other updates that I don't know of because I never played it. The Wii version. The Wii version never got translated. So the first time this came out in English was in 2018 on the PS4 and then PC. Nice attention to detail, yeah. It would suck to get these parts wrong. Infighting, however, gradually reduced the organization's numbers. He'd used the 82 Lebanon War as his opportunity to temporarily distance himself from the PLO, and had thrown himself instead into the fighting in Afghanistan. 1982 war, in which Israeli forces invaded the neighboring country of Lebanon to retaliate against PLO forces present there. The PLO leadership moved to Tunisia, and a multinational force was installed in Lebanon, with the United States providing its core constituents. That was when he acquired the name Shiam. He acted as a military instructor for Islamic volunteer soldiers from Thailand. His students had bestowed upon him the former name of their kingdom. When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in 1979, Muslims from all over the world joined up as volunteer soldiers to fight the Soviets in the name of jihad. After the withdrawal of Soviet forces, these volunteer soldiers did not completely lose ties with one another. Some of them went on to form international networks such as Al-Qaeda. A new name. And when he accepted this new moniker, something that represented something other than himself, he had ceased to be the young man who'd sacrificed himself for his ideals. At the request of some former acquaintances, he'd returned to the PLO in 1990. Yet again, infighting had brought the organization to the brink of collapse, and he'd been tasked with helping to restructure it. It was around then that he'd reached his current standing. The sub-organization that he belonged to was in dire financial straits, and so to keep it solvent, its members had begun taking on mercenary contracts for covert ops from the PLO and Islamic extremist groups that were former affiliates. He'd been a soldier for over 30 years. Through all that time, he had fought, and he had survived. The fighting had honed him on every level. Much of it had been purely mercenary, to secure funding to keep his organization afloat, but he recognized that as being meaningful in its own way. In order to tip the balance in the fighting within their own country, his compatriots needed to encourage other nations to go for each other's throats. Accepting this as the evil that it was, they continued to wield the hammer of justice. Eventually, he had seen so much, they had no longer felt the evil, and then, he no longer even felt the justice. Ever the consummate soldier, he was too grounded in harsh reality to deceive himself with flowery words or abstract ideas. Everything that he truly understood, he'd come to realize while on the battlefield. And one thing had become completely clear. The fighting that raged through his homeland would not end during the lifetimes of his generation. His own existence was nothing more than a blip on the battle radar, a tiny detail in the midst of something vastly larger than himself. Bit by bit, his once rigid faith gave way to something more nihilistic. Times changed, and so did values. At some point, the human heart went on to change as well. His changed convictions left him alienated, and he reformed himself into a solitary soldier. He longed for battle, yet felt no commitment to any particular conflict. And so, despite his legendary record in uniform, he became a mercenary, outside the military establishment. His compatriots began to view him as nothing but a warmonger who fought without beliefs, and they were not so far from wrong. No longer a true partisan of any cause, what he was much harder to define. Ultimately, he was a jack of all trades. Recruit training, guarding VIPs, intelligence operations, subversive activities, he tackled them all. One thing led to another, until he arrived at the last major job he'd undertaken as a soldier. The theater was the Iraq War. There was a battle on the fringes, unrelated to the main conflict itself. And there he found a girl who had lost everything, her kin and community, all victims of collateral damage. The tragedy that struck her had unfolded in a single day. When Shiam found her, a chance discovery as he was making his way through the area, it was a miracle that she was even breathing. According to the reports, the entire population of the village had been annihilated. Friend or foe, there were no possible survivors. And yet Shiam had found one. He had taken on this war, and that included aiding any civilians once the fighting was over. Even if he knew it was someone unlikely to last much longer than another day. And yet, in defiance of his expectations, the girl clung desperately to life. She pulled herself back from the brink of death, pierced her broken psyche back together, and declared that she wanted to live. Easier said than done. This child had no relatives, and all records of her family had been wiped out. In order for her to live, she would need to be reborn as a soldier.
素人を鍛えられるほど気の長い奴はここにはいない。
There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice.
責任ではないが、お前には俺がつくことになった。
I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you. Perhaps because something fascinated him about his new responsibility, he took on the task. To say the girl wasn't soldier material would have been an understatement. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was less than a 0. Her personality was an issue. She was whimsical, unable to keep her emotions in check, and incapable of working as part of a cohesive unit. Her general knowledge and awareness of local customs were also sadly lacking. She could read and write, but there was something fundamentally broken about how she processed information. She called the sun blue. At first, Shiam figured that she'd simply been taught the word blue to refer to what most people acknowledged as yellow. It wasn't long before he was disabused of this notion. The girl wasn't wrong. Everyone else was. The things she said weren't untrue from her perspective. To her, the sun did look blue. She was still able to distinguish the color yellow from the color blue the same as anyone else. But she had a very peculiar condition, very rare but known to humankind for centuries. Synesthesia. She was just like us, except in how she perceived the world. Words would come to her as shapes, sounds as smells, moods as colors. It isolated her within her own village, and thereby saved her life. That isolation was also why she had no initial aptitude for soldiering. She struggled to work within an organization, as those around her struggled to understand how she operated in a group environment. Shiam had no doubt she was the only soldier he'd ever trained who could make eye contact with another person and instantly understand where they fell short and what she could do to make up for it. Running her in a standard squad was almost impossibly difficult. Shiam soon found that he often needed to give his new novice his undivided attention.
まだ銃が怖いのか?
You still afraid of guns? In terms of trained reactions and physical skills, there was nothing more that he could teach her. She'd mastered shooting and all the fundamentals of his standard physical training. And yet, she was still an astoundingly timid girl. She looks so sad with this giant gun. Afraid of the battlefield, afraid of guns, afraid of the trigger. She even seemed afraid of loading a magazine. Every day, Shiam found himself thinking she wasn't cut out for this. But every day, she threw herself back into the training, facing all the things she feared. Revenge, he began to suspect. No doubt she wanted the ability to fight so that she could strike back at the nameless bunch who had taken her village and her family away from her. She wants to be like me, Shiam thought. She wanted to kill. No, she wanted the strength to be able to kill, and then immediately put that killing behind her.
その必要はない。死が怖いのはお前が安全を知っているからだ。
You don't have to be afraid of guns, you know. You fear death because you've known safety.
恐怖は残しておけ。過去は克服しなければならないが、この世には安全があることも忘れてはならない。
You fear death because you've known safety. Leave the fear behind. You need to conquer your past. But you also can't forget that safety does exist in this world. She was still a respectable human being, not a soldier. He and she were cut from different cloth. Realizing that made him wonder if there was anything he could truly teach her.
当たり前のことを守れ。射撃の基本はそれだけだ。有効射程外からは撃つな。先に引き金を引け。相手から当たらない場所から当てろ。
Sharpshooting is all about fundamentals, he said. Fire only at targets within range. Fire from cover. Fire first.
以上だ。覚えるのは簡単だが行うのは難しい。自分なりに工夫しろ。それともう一つ。これは覚えるのも行うのも簡単だ。
That's it. Easy to remember but hard to pull off. Make it your own. Oh, and one more thing.
交戦したのなら必ず相手の息の根は止めておけ。
If you do get into a gunfight, make sure the other guy never gets back up again. She wanted it, that much was clear. And while she might never make much of a rank and file soldier, there were better things for her to do than learn the regulations and squad tactics. She could survive best on her own. Away from the conventional battlefield, she began to achieve startling results on extreme solo missions. The more skilled her opponent, the more she rose to the challenge. She was a natural-born duelist. No, that wasn't quite right. The girl was an assassin. Shiam had to admit that she improved each and every day. The almost daily change of pace was good for him too, as a teacher. The only problem was the source of her motivation.
お前はまだ復讐を考えているな。
You're still thinking about revenge, aren't you? She fell into her typical sullen silence, a scolded child unwilling to tell a lie. Inwardly, Shiam acknowledged his misstep and judgment. She might have the makings of a perfect assassin, but the assassin's life would never be a good fit for her.
それはいい。復讐は忘れるな。
Good, he said. Hold on to your vengeance.
一族の恥辱は注げ。だがそれはやるべきことの一つであって、全てではない。
Repay the insult to your people, but don't stop there. You're capable of much, much more.
同じことをするだけの機会にはなるな。憎悪に身を任せるのはたやすいが、それでは生きる屍になる。
Don't become a machine, stuck repeating the same motions. Take the easy way out, give yourself over to hatred, and you'll die inside. Maybe there were no more physical skills to teach her, but he still needed to give this girl the mental training a warrior required to survive.
覚えておけ。憎しみに憎しみで当たっては意味がない。
Remember this, Canaan. Hatred for its own sake is meaningless.
カナン。憎しみには義務で当たらなければ救われない。
If your hatred isn't tempered by a sense of duty, you will be lost. That lesson, more of an admonishment, was the one thing he held onto in the wake of his own disillusionment. His heart bore scars that would never heal. Revenge was a prize without reward. Claiming it could break you if your heart was made of anything less than steel. And so he told her to harden her heart into something that could not be broken. He only hoped it was enough. Even steel wore away over time, bit by bit. A year had passed since then. A year that felt like a day. Now one thing in particular rose in his mind. Before this job, for perhaps the first time ever, Canaan had asked him for something. She wanted a tattoo just like his. He had no choice but to agree. There had still been one day to go before the job, so they'd gotten it done on location before boarding the train. The tattoo, a snake, represented bad luck and loneliness to the locals. She didn't care. She saw it as a kindred spirit, a creature driven by the same nothingness that fueled herself and Xiam. The timid girl and the black snake. If he gave himself over to the sentiment, he might have said that the black snake looked somewhat uncomfortable there, coiled on this arm of the girl bent on survival. Meanwhile, Canaan and Sadaka slithered silently along the underside of the train, suspended just above the ties, hurtling past beneath them. The slightest mistake, and whoever made it would be instantly reduced to an unrecognizable smear of meat. Hey, Sadaka hissed, pick up the pace. She was taking point, Canaan silently complied. She concealed her foul mood, but not so well that Sadaka couldn't see it. I mean, I don't think she's concealing it at all right now. Clearly, she didn't like their chosen route. Would you have preferred the roof? Sadaka asked. Canaan rolled her eyes. The roof is deaf. But you did lie. This is no circus. Heh. Sadaka let out an appreciative chuckle. Had the little princess been expecting some more elegant means of reaching their target? If this doesn't suit you, I guess we'll just have to play King Kong next. You like the Empire State Building, yeah? I don't know what she's talking about either. I don't know what you're talking about, Canaan said, but you're making fun of me, aren't you? Of course, shooting the breeze like this is so delightful. Normal small talk is just a bother, but when you can mouth off in a situation like this, you'll never be bored. Canaan furrowed her brow. She might not ever find it in herself to like Sadaka, but it did seem like they shared a very quirky sense of humor. The doors to the freight car were shut with combination locks. It seemed like an outdated technology for protecting the classified material the car was carrying. Evidently, the enemy had been forced to make use of what they had available. Sadaka quickly punched in a numerical sequence, and the lock opened. She had acquired the code sequence before arriving on the train. Due diligence for a codebreaker. What? That's their security? Sadaka said as they stepped into the car. I was expecting a crowd inside. Either they're really confident or complete idiots. The break-in had been disappointingly easy. They surveyed the freight car's interior, still anticipating a further challenge. The space was divided into two compartments. One was sealed and held the item they were after, while the other, in which they now stood, housed the console room for managing the first. Can you see it through the observation window? Sadaka said. That's what we're after, in that case there. The object itself was small. It was made at Fort Detrick. Apparently Mossad struck a deal a secret deal with a U.S. biological warfare experimentation unit deployed in Iraq, and got them to hand it over to the Israelis. A United States Army installation in Frederick, Maryland. The 5-square-kilometer ground are dotted with various biological and medical research and development facilities. The name is sometimes used to refer specifically to the U.S. Armed Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, or USAMRIID. USAMRIID? A key institution in U.S. efforts to protect against naturally occurring microbes and diseases, as well as biological weapons.
話によると、最終的にはケース大のものに収納されたということだが。
Based on what I was told, it would be in something the size of a briefcase.
じゃあ、このドアを壊して、あのケースも壊す？
Canaan mused. So we just bust the door down and smash open the case?
壊さないよう私が呼びつけられたんだが。
I was not advised to break
こいつ
anything.
を運び込んだスタッフのように、さも普通に中に入り、ケースを開け、誰に咎められることもなく運び出すのが理想だ。
So we go in like we belong here, open the case, and get out before anyone's the wiser.
ああ、お前は休んでいていい。そっちの仕事は護衛がいた時の梅雨払いだからな。ここからは私の領分だ。
You just sit tight. Your part of the job assumed there'd be guards. The rest of this is my area of expertise.
領分って。
You can work
そこ
on
のコンソール使えるの？
You can work on that console?
いや、持参している。しかしなんだな。予想以上に頭が痛い。この無造作に放り出されたケーブル、何の笑い話だ。どうやって入るか楽しみにしていた私がバカみたいだ。どこぞのネットカフェかここは。
I brought my own, but what a mess. Sadaka scowled at the slapdash array of electronics. Talk about a headache. Look at all these exposed cables. Is this someone's idea of a joke? I was looking for forward to a challenge, but this is low-budget internet cafe level. Sadaka grumbled as she hooked up her laptop. The security here was laughable, even considering how much of a rush the enemy had been to arrange this weapon transfer. It looked like she needed to do little more than input the password the Sheik had given her into the terminal.
まったく、なんて危機感のなさだ。信じられない。それでもイスラエルの人間か？
It's like they're not worried about the counterintelligence at all. Are the Israelis seriously this lax?
おい、名誉のために言っておくが、イスラエルの IT 技術者は優秀なんだぜ。なんだってこんなバカどもと取引するんだ、米軍は。まさか同じレベルのアホなのか？
You know, Israeli IT engineers are supposed to be better than this. How could this level of idiot strike a deal with the US military? Or are both sides this dim-witted? It's like her upset just saying baka.
うるさいな。お前ペンティアム M とか大好きだろ。
Come now, Canaan murmured. You like the Pentium M, don't you? A CPU released by the Intel Corporation, originally developed in Israel. Its design focused on power conservation for use in laptop computers. Its compact size and brand appeal, making it popular in many countries, including Japan.
嫌いなものか。
How could I
イ
not?
スラエルの技術者は世界で一番クールだ。
Israeli engineers are the coolest. Canaan frowned. She might be loath to admit it, but their opinions really were very similar. I too like the Pentium M. It is my favorite mobile processor. The PC booted up. Sadaka logged into the terminal and entered the password. She worked with a skill and alacrity that would have made any codebreaker proud.
ハッキングなんてものは参加した時点で終わっているようなものだ。その場で暗号を破るなんて職業がまかり通ったのは大昔の話でね。
By the time you get to the hacking stage, the job is practically over, she said. The days of having to decrypt things on site are largely in the past. No, Pentium M was in laptops. It probably would later lead to I think it would lead to the Intel Atom. You'll probably think of the Intel Atom. That was like the real kickoff for netbook-sized stuff. But I think the Pentium M was Intel's first mobile Pentium. They had like a mobile Celeron before them.
端的に言ってソーシャルハッキングに勝るセキュリティ解除はない。
Quite frankly, there's no better way to break through security than social hacking.
ソーシャルハッキングってなんだ？
Social hacking, Canaan asked. What's that?
ああ、探偵のようなものだよ。
It's sort of like detective work.
PC の知識、プログラムテクニック以外の手段で情報を手に入れることだ。セキュリティに関して一番詳しいのは当事者だからな。交渉、内定、果てはゴミ漁りまでやる。
It's getting information in ways other than relying on computer know-how and programming techniques. Nobody knows more about the security of a site than the people responsible for it. So you negotiate with them, run surveillance on them, even root through their trash, Sadaka explained. You just remember a friend buying a netbook back in 2006 or so and was so slow. Yeah, it would have been probably flash memory too. God, they were like, you only need like... the numbers they would give you are like, you can have Windows and like a JPEG. And that is... like, what was the point of having a netbook if you had to also have like a portable hard drive to use it? But I don't think I was... I was never in the audience, right? The market for a netbook. Like, that would never fly with me. But I guess netbook is for people that all they do is check emails, I guess? But emails have, like, attachments, you know? I don't know. I never understood netbooks. I had a Pocket PC in, like, 2004. Now that was cool.
今回こいつのセキュリティに関わっていたのは3人だけだったからな。まあ楽な方だ。
It's a compact flash. No, actually, I think the Pocket PC I had a SD card support. That was the first time I saw SD cards, I think. Because my first digital camera did not have SD card support. There were only 3 people involved with security on this job, so it was a breeze.
通常このレベルの機密なら10人以上の関係者全員からキーを取らないと難しい。おい、さっきのあれよこせ。口寂しくなってきた。
Normally, for something like this level of secrecy, I'd need keys from 10 or more people, and hey, let me have one of those sugar things. I need something to put in my mouth. Canaan frowned, but handed her a sugar stick. Feel free to take me out of context for saying I need something to put in my mouth. That is the curse of the streamer.
じゃあ暗号破りっていうのは名前だけ？私みたいにその場で答えだけ探すってことじゃないの？
So then, why did they call you a code breaker? Canaan asked. Aren't you basically just an on-site troubleshooter like me?
何の話だそれは。
What are you talking about? Sadaka asked.
私が言っているのは単に人間の方がハックしやすいって話だ。そりゃ答えそのものを手に入れるのが理想だが、まずありえない。
My point is simply that people are easier to hack. She continued working at the keyboard as she spoke. Ideally, that'd be how you get all of what you need, but that's not doable in practice.
それにソーシャルハッキングも数値を埋める行為だぞ。調べ上げた感情や性格、経歴を数値化しないと解は得られない。
Besides, social hacking is all about plugging in numbers too. You're just wasting your time researching someone's emotions, personality, and history if you don't find a way to turn the results into numerical form.
その後、手に入れた情報を整理し、公理に基づいてパスコードを導き出す。
When you're done, you arrange the info you've gotten, and the way to derive, say, a password becomes self-evident. She unlocked the 3rd layer of security as she spoke. There was the access password, an infrared scanner lock, and then a lock linked up to the wheels of the train that prevented the compartment door from being opened while the train was in motion.
よし、終わりだ。
Alright, that's done, she said.
こいつはまだ試作品だからな。一研究員の個人名でログインできる。
See, the thing we're after is still a prototype, so I can log in under one of the researchers' names.
あとは研究リーダーのアカウントで管理者権限を。
Then I can use the research lead's account to give me admin rights and...
何？
What the?
どうしたの？
Is something the matter? Canaan asked.
パスコードが変えられている。お手上げだ。優先順位の高いものから打ち込んだが、3つとも外れた。
They've changed the passcode. I've tried the 3 highest priority ones I had, but none of them worked.
じゃあこの1時間後っていうのは？
What does this mean here? 1 hour remaining, Canaan asked.
1時間、パスコード入力を拒否されている。
It means passcode input has been locked out for another hour.
残った手持ちのコードに正解があるとしても、入力そのものができなくなった。
This is the only part of the game that's been voiced, so I'm so used to just like reading when the text appears. Even if any of the other passwords I have are valid, the system won't even let me enter them anymore. They were running out of time. Already 15 minutes had passed since they'd begun the operation, allowing for 5 minutes to get back to Shiam's car. They only had 10 or so minutes left to work.
くそ、積み込む前に気まぐれでコードを変えたな。管理がずさんなら予定もずさんか。聞いてないぞそんな話は。
They up and changed the codes before loading. Damn it. I should have known they'd mess up their update schedule along with everything else. Classic.
珍しく感情的だね。
Is there anything else we can try?
他に方法は？
そうだな。パスによるアクセスはできない。
Maybe, Sadaka said. Since we can't get access with the passcode.
ロックを解除する信号を直接送るしかないが、それこそありえない。
We could try sending the unlock sequence directly to the lock itself. No, that's impossible.
信号自体は暗号化された上でプログラムに収納されているが、その数値から信号を拾い上げるのは不可能だ。
The sequence itself is encrypted and stored in the program, so there's no way for us to get it.
それ、プログラム自体は開けられる？
Canaan murmured. Can you open the program itself?
可能だが、意味がない。
I can, but there wouldn't be any point.
いいから、面白そうだし、ちょっと変わってよ。
Humor me, I'm curious. Switch places with me real quick.
わかったか。この数値の中から信号を拾い上げるのは不可能だ。いや、時間さえあれば可能だが、それも数日の作業で。
Don't you get it? You can't get the sequence from the string of numbers in there. Well, we could if we had the time, but that'd be days of work and...
あ、信号ってきっとこれだ。
Ah, this must be the sequence here, Canaan said.
189A、C455、589-312B、C367、AB29。
189A, C455, 5893, E5AE, 888, 312B, C367, AB29. No, she has special eyes. She can see past the encryption.
これでやってみて。
Give that a try. Because she didn't just read the hex, did she?
だと。
The hell? I didn't look at the hex that got highlighted.
当たった？当たりなら、あの中のものは私のだけど。
Did that work? If it did, I'd get to have what's inside. Sadaka swallowed wordlessly. She should have been happy. The first stage of her job was finished after all. Still.
共感覚。お前がそう呼ばれる人間なのは資料で読んだ。今のは、つまりそういうことか。
Synesthesia, she said. I read about it in the report. Is that how you did that just now?
別に珍しいものじゃない。単に文字に色がついて見えるだけの話。目とか耳とかが一緒なだけだよ。
It's just a little different way of understanding things. I can see what colors the numbers and letters are.
れで済ませる話か。
That's your explanation?
私の認識が甘かったようだ。今のお前の行為は直感だけに頼ったものだな。
You just see things differently? You're telling me that you intuited the code just by seeing how all the numbers looked? Synesthesia. A curious condition found in people all over the world to varying degrees. It was defined as the tendency to experience the stimulation of one sense with additional perceptions in one or more other senses. Human beings have 5 senses: sight, hearing, taste, touch, smell. What's wrong, Jordan? People who process 2 or more of these individual senses simultaneously are known as synesthetes. See, she didn't just read off the hex, she read off something else. She decrypted it on the site. Letters could have numbers, or letters could have colors. Sounds might have shapes. A word might taste sweet or sour. There are many variations, each a unique way to perceive the world. The condition was not generally an impairment. A letter's colors could have real meaning. There was a reason that each sound had its particular shape. Synesthetes picked up on this additional sensory information, not intellectually, but intuitively. It went beyond vision and hearing simply working as a combined sense. It created a new form of perception in its own right. The senses themselves didn't literally fuse into one, of course. For a synesthete, the 5 senses could complement each other reciprocally. For instance, visual information might also be processed as sound, and then combined with direct auditory input. Visual cues that were also seen through the other senses could radically increase the seer's ability to comprehend what they were perceiving. A typical image on a page serves as a good example. The ordinary person perceives such an image solely through the sense of sight. A single input, a single level of perception. A synesthete, however, might perceive the same image with 1 or more additional senses as well. Information obtained this way is analyzed by the brain, the secondary perceptions complementing and deepening the information provided by the primary sense. The human brain, however, cannot fully grasp such perceptions on a logical level. In the end, the beneficiary of such experiences simply knows what has been perceived without knowing the reason why. It is akin to the experiences of a newborn child. The child has not yet learned language, and so it struggles to grasp its mother's intent when she speaks. An entity without intellect exerts all of its physical self to learn of its surroundings. The nascent brain has not yet separated the language cortex and the visual cortex. In an infant, both function as the same thing. Once those features do become separate, knowledge as we know it first comes into play. The organization of knowledge in different regions of the cerebral cortex efficiently reduces certain burdens on the brain, but at the cost of reducing sensory acuity. Seeing the big picture, understanding details simply by feeling, not following an ordered thought process, but arriving at its conclusion in a single step. Such possibilities might include picking out the meaning of a sequence of digits that appears meaningless at first glance. Yeah, I mean, those are cut from the same cloth. And, like, I have seen other Japanese media that kind of treats synesthesia as almost like a superpower, so, you know, I don't think that's anything new. For one who did not know, intellectually, what part of a tree was the leaves and what part was the trunk, it would still be possible to tell them apart based on their different colors, their different shapes. The simplification of things, the condensation of stories, instinctually understanding solutions without having to follow some process of derivation. This was how a synesthete like Canaan perceived the world.
それを表現する言葉を持たなくても違う表現、色や形でそれが何であるかを読み取れると。
So even if you don't know what some code or message is trying to express, the colors or shapes will let you interpret it anyway? Sadaka asked.
うん。文章全体を見れば、どれが必要なもので、どれが不要なものかぐらいはわかる。
Yeah, it's like when you look at a whole sentence. You can sort of tell which parts are important and which parts aren't. If the text as a whole contains some story, if the programmer's intent was there in the cipher, she could pick up on it in those colors and flavors, feel the touch of that meaning on her skin. Because of her very nature, Canaan could look at a sequence of unknown information and immediately sense which parts were important. She had learned to accept that she couldn't understand the why behind it.
でも、こうなったのは2年前からだ。以前は肌触りぐらいしか感じられなかった。
I've only been able to do this since about 2 years ago, though, she said. Before that, I could only feel things in my skin.
その、今じゃ音とか匂いも同じように感じ取るから、前よりは見えるようになったけど。
But now I can do the same with sounds and smells, which lets me see better than before.
共感覚は先天的なものだというからな。
Well, they say synesthesia is something you're born with, Sadaka said.
お前の場合、何らかの後遺症で共感覚が強くなったのか。
So, did some kind of accident or treatment make yours stronger?
それはつまり、
You know, such as... Her faculties hadn't improved through random happenstance. You just don't have the right synesthesia. Perhaps when she was on the brink of death, some of her bodily functions had broken in order to keep her alive, and had somehow changed while she recovered.
皮膚感覚の優れた生き物は波で周囲の情報を測るというが、お前の感覚はそれに近いと。
They say that creatures with unusual tactile acuity pick up information on their surroundings through waves. Are your perceptions something like that?
近いのかな。そんなのは知らないけど、その気になれば周りぐらいは見て取れる。
Sort of, maybe. I'm not really sure, but I can see my surroundings, almost as if they're made of waves when I want to.
では、今私が何をしているかわかるか。
So then, can you tell what I'm doing now? Sadaka asked.
うん。肩をすくめているのが匂いで見える。
Yeah, I can see the scent of you shrugging your shoulders. I can see the scent, Sadaka thought. So that's what you're using your whole body to perceive things is like. This girl had eyes pointing in every direction. She was a veritable sensory prodigy. She had no blind spots. Her ears and nose, her tactile sensations, saw on every side at once.
確固たる直感。
And that's quite a gift you have, Sadaka said.
人間が知識という武器の代わりに失った第六感という才能。
Like a sixth sense the rest of us lost somewhere along the way in exchange for intellect. Maybe it wasn't so remarkable after all. It was something all human creatures had once possessed, an early gift taken away from them by the serpent of primal knowledge. See, the serpent took your knowledge away. They left you a little bit. See, you needed a near-death experience, and that would, like, increase your powers. Your synesthesia powers. Progress, not regression, had cost mankind this capability. Sometimes true evolution necessitated the loss of some superior power in order for a species to thrive. Humans had grown more complex through language, culture, and thought, the only creatures on Earth to distance themselves from the animal kingdom. And what was it they had lost? The trick of knowing only answers at a look? To receive an answer without thinking? That was nothing more than the abandonment of thought.
ああ、まるで原始人だ。
You're primitive, basically. Sadaka smirked inwardly at the thought. This girl was such a simple creature. No wonder Shyam's edge had dulled from having to deal with this.
定か、そちらの進行は
Sadaka, status. The sudden sound of the radio snapped her back to attention. They had under 5 minutes left to go.
問題ない。少しばかり予定が狂ったが、お嬢さんのおかげで解決した。
No problems. Things went a little bit awry, but the young lady here managed to resolve it.
そうか、急げ。こちらも雲行きが怪しい。護衛による乗客晒しが始まった。スパイ容疑だそうだ。引き延ばせて2分だぞ。
Roger that. Try to hurry. The guards have started harassing passengers here. Something about a spy. We've got 2 minutes, tops.
こっちではいつものことだよ。
Kajarden, have you tried have you tried just being a primitive? Don't think. Be controlled simply by your synesthesia. You simply just see the answers, but you never know how you get to them. Have you considered that? I'm sorry this lore. I'm gonna do something really quick. I've noticed my gain seems a little high. I recently updated the mic gain because I was doing some voice acting recordings for a job, possible job, and they seemed low. But then when I went through like Adobe's like mic check, they seemed fine. So I don't know, but I raised it just a tinch, and then I had to lower the gain increase in OBS.
了解。リンチが始まる前には戻る。
Same as ever then, Sadaka replied. We'll be back before the firing squad lines up.
やはり携帯できる形だったな。
See, if you had the synesthesia that Canaan has, you could see right through the code of Woody Poco. And you'd be like, there, I got it. That's where the trees with the money trees were supposed to be. You ever see like games where like one typo messes up everything? Like there was an Alien game, right, where the AI was completely broken, and it was all because of a typo, I think. She stared at the briefcase-like container in the open compartment. It really is portable then.
中に物があるのは端末から確認済みだ。お嬢さん、かさばるがそのケースごと運んでくれ。
I've already confirmed the contents via the terminal. I know it's unwieldy, but would you mind carrying that case, young lady?
ああ、決して開けるなよ。万が一ということもある。下手をすれば、ここら一帯死の土地だ。
So I feel like this is our confirmation that this is the virus. And I mean, we already knew it was the virus, but now, now the game has confirmed it for us. And whatever you do, do not open it, no matter what. One misstep and every living thing for miles around dies.
なんだって。
Wait, what? Canaan said.
シャム、聞き忘れてた。今回の獲物は何？
Shiam, she radioed. I forgot to ask. What are we acquiring here?
現在最も小さく凶悪な兵器の一つだ。
One of the smallest, most sinister weapons in the world. There was a brief silence, but Canaan already knew what his words implied. A chill ran up her spine. She could feel the latent threat before her now.
シャム、これは。
Shiam, this is...
米国疾病予防管理センター格付け最優先リスクグループ4
a virus designated Risk Group 4 by the American CDC, their highest risk rating. Abbreviation of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, a multidisciplinary research institution under the jurisdiction of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. Headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, it is known as one of the world's foremost organizations in the field of virus and infectious agent research.
秘密裏に散布感染実験を行い性能を立証した致死性ウイルスその遺伝子を組み換え兵器としての運用効率を高めたウーアプロトの奪還が今回の目的だ
Secret experiments were carried out to disseminate and infect people with it in order to demonstrate its lethality, and then its genetic code was tweaked to increase its efficacy as a bioweapon. They call it UA Proto. That was it. That was the name of that fragment of hell that had brought ruin to her life 2 years earlier. UA. So wait, the bomb that got dropped on her village was a test for the UA virus? A microscopic demon released by mankind. It was the year 2000. A retrovirus awoke in the Drakensberg region of South Africa. A type of virus that reads genetic data and uses reverse transcriptase in order to copy its own RNA. Put more simply, it uses the cells of other organisms to make copies of itself. Because the retrovirus genome is made of RNA, retroviruses are thought to be more unstable and prone to sudden mutations than DNA viruses. A mountain range in South Africa that takes its name from the Afrikaans word for the Mountains of Dragons. Part of the range forms the national border of the Kingdom of Lesotho. The highest peak at 3842 is Tabana Netlanyana, which means beautiful little mountain in the Sesotho language. Hi, we have now learned that it is the UA prototype. Which, I mean, we all probably knew that, but, you know, now the game's going into it. Oh, also, Canaan saw through the code and deciphered the encryption on the password, which is driving Kajardin up a wall. Deforestation carried out in the name of advancing national development unleashed the pathogen upon the land, rapidly infecting a local village. The virus's combination of a high lethality rate and a high infection rate wiped out the entire village in a matter of days. Yeah, you know, it's 2018. It's time to update. The South African governments carried out radical sterilization procedures, burning down the forest in a several kilometer radius. Luckily, the virus was still vulnerable, and the sterilization effort proved successful. Until 3 years later, when agents from another nation collected samples of the virus from the same woodlands and began research on military applications. They improved the virus and successfully created a weaponized prototype. The demon awoke. They chose a village already engulfed in the flames of war as a test site. Under cover of the conflict in Iraq, the weapon makers carried out their experiment. The virus was unleashed and the village vanished. So that explains why the troops came in to clarify that everyone died. The lethality rate was over 90%. The infection rate and survivability of the pathogen both exceptionally high. This was the tiny demon, invisible to the naked eye, that had taken everything from the young girl called Canaan. After that, there were rumors of further development. The improved form of the virus was given the name UA, and the last of the prototype that had destroyed that nameless Middle Eastern village was frozen. Yes, frozen. Not disposed of, not eradicated. The weapon was difficult to use, but those who possessed it still felt that there was value even in the inferior prototype. Furthermore, it represented a great deal of research money, which meant whoever it might be, should a buyer emerge, they would sell. Canaan had no words. Why was this thing here, now? She felt nothing, no grief, rage, or despair. She simply thought calmly, someone is still alive who is willing to use this weapon. That includes the soldiers who are here to protect it.
Ojo-san.
Hey, young lady.
分かってる。今はケースをシャムに届ける。
I know, right now we need to get this case to Shiam. She spoke? She moved mechanically, removing the case from its compartment. Whatever free will she'd possessed the moment before had vanished. Sadaka watched her, satisfied. Then both girls stiffened with alarm. A message appeared on the monitor. Case connection broke. Security breach possible. If disconnection is unresolved after 60 seconds, alert broadcast will commence.
警報は解除したんじゃないのか。
You didn't disable the alarms? Canaan snarled. No, it's not mystic eyes. It's synesthesia. She sees colors. She doesn't see lines.
文句は後で聞く。今から接続するには間に合わない。シャムに連絡を。
Complain later. We'll never get it out. We'll never get it reconnected in time. Call Shiam now. The call was brief and the conclusion was clear. The parameters of the job had changed. A fight was unavoidable. They would need to strike first.
シャム、私は。
Shiam, I... Just listen. I'll neutralize the guards in the rear car. While I do, keep pressure on the ones up front. Once I've secured the rear, I'll give you the signal to fall back. For the time being, Canaan and Sadaka were trapped. There were 7 hostiles ahead of them, and 7 more behind. All the girls could do now was set up in the freight car to buy themselves time. And yet...
OK。みんな黙らせていいんだよね。
I think this calls for a more aggressive solution. Canaan, wait! She cut the connection. Her eyes gleamed with menace. This was no time for hesitation. This was time for battle.
一人。呆れたな。腕に自信があるのはいいが、現実的じゃない。シャムほどとは言わないが、近い兵士が7人だぞ。
You? Alone? Sadaka was incredulous. Are you out of your mind? Having confidence in your skills is one thing, but be realistic. There are 7 soldiers out there.
分かっている。でも、そいつらはシャムじゃない。
I know that, but these guys aren't as good as Shiam. Canaan was all action. There was no room for emotion. She'd analyzed her problem, and now she was going to solve it.
勝手に死なれるのは困る。お前は組織にとって貴重なサンプルなんだが。まあ、それも枝葉の話か。
I can't have you dying on me, Sadaka said. You're a very valuable asset to this organization, and... Oh, never mind. It was clear the conversation wasn't going to be a thing right now. The gleam in Canaan's eyes was that of a beast on the hunt. Give me the case, I'll give it to Shiam. I'm used to working with him. If we can catch the guards and the pincer attack, we can end this quickly. Canaan paused. Near as she could see, Sadaka's words didn't have the color of a lie. She was a codebreaker, forced by the situation to fight. Alright, she said. Try not to drop in, just be careful not to get in Shiam's way. Same goes for you. Don't try to prove anything out there. If things get dicey, get out. She could smell combat. The sound of the wheels and the color of the wind were now both a frigid blue. Honestly, Canaan murmured to herself, if it's going to come to this, why did we even need her anyway? Sadaka's color bothered her far more than that of the forthcoming slaughter. Right then, Shiam murmured. The car had devolved into chaos. Guards barked out orders forbidding anyone to leave their seats. They brandished their guns as they interrogated one traveler after another. The passengers were quaking with fear. While the train was passing through a country, the local government held police authority on board. The soldiers bullying the passengers were Jordanian, Shiam could tell, having come aboard during the freight car rearrangement. He counted them among the 14 hostiles. It was only a matter of time before they realized that Canaan and Sadaka were no longer in their seats. Guess it's time to get started. Shiam let out a sign of resignation. Not only that, but this is the cat mascot's girlfriend. Hey, you there. Get back in your seat. Now things were getting interesting. Shiam walked wordlessly towards the front of the train. It was clear that wherever he went, death would follow. The other passengers scrambled towards the back of the car. No chance for another surprise attack this time. These soldiers were already ready for combat. They'd pull the trigger as soon as they had a target. It was 1 against 6 now. If he played this by the book, Shiam wouldn't stand a chance. Rule 1 was always shoot from cover. It was the first lesson he taught his students. Thing was, rules were made to be broken. So much for playing it by the book. Fastening the top button of his custom bulletproof coat, he strode forward. I am a wall. Walls feel no pain. He opened the door. Bullets ricocheted all around. He cased his enemies, assessed their firepower. He might get injured, but he was confident that he wouldn't go down. Right now, there were only 2 guards in the dining car ahead. Time to improvise. Damn, that's some coat. Barging in on dinner like this. Where are my manners? His innards were hurting, his bones creaked, but he fought to keep his aim steady. He had some internal bleeding, but nothing he couldn't power through. A real champ over here. Sorry, never was housebroken. He took another step forward. Reckless maybe, but if he didn't deal with these before reinforcements came, well, no point worrying about that now. Not when there were people left to kill. And just like that, he was down to 3. The worst was yet to come, and his body would bear the brunt of it. Still, Shiam was unafraid. He was dead from the beginning. A walking corpse. He traded his courage, his passion, for an emptiness without fear. Canaan's heart beat in time with the blaring alarm. But her mind was clear. With mechanical coolness, she considered her orders and the time she had available to carry them out. She inferred the positions of her 7 targets, assessed the potential for a strategy that could overcome 7-to-1 odds, and picked her moment. This she did by instinct. Canaan didn't need to think. She let the hard soles of her shoes slap down on the roof of the train car as she ran. That should get their attention. Up top! They're headed for the engine! Cut them off! The soldiers sprang into action. One of the gangway doors opened. As the leading guard stepped through, a red-clad figure flashed into view on the roof of the adjacent car, her hair streaming in the wind as the train raced along at 80 kilometers an hour. She fired twice. Her trigger control was flawless, aided by the lightweight slide and short recoil operation of her Beretta. 1 instant, 2 targets right between the eyes. Trigger control is a shooter's ability to precisely manipulate a firearm's trigger. Although ostensibly a simple movement, it takes considerable skill to break a shot cleanly and quickly reset for a follow-up shot. Good technique is essential for shooting accurately at speed. Oh, we got another video! A type of operating system used in most autoloading pistols, as well as some machine guns. The mechanism uses recoil generated by the weapon's firing to quickly load the next round into position. Bang! Multimedia. It should have been 3. The strike should have worked. But she only got 2. I failed. She'd missed her shot at improving her odds to 4-1. Or maybe instead of blaming herself, she owed her enemy some respect. They moved well. At this rate, failure was just a matter of time. She didn't have the firepower to go up against 5 well-armed opponents head-on. At the moment, they were on equal footing, both sides cowering under cover. She'd never be able to pick them off one by one. But sooner or later, the soldiers would realize that they could lay down enough suppressive fire to force her to stay down while some rushed her position. And if she tried to rush them instead, the instant she emerged from behind her seat, she'd fall victim to a hail of bullets. Canaan sighed. For the moment, it was a stalemate. She couldn't see the enemy and they couldn't see her. But then she heard one of the soldiers. No capture necessary, just eliminate. Cover me. The guards were using hand signals, but Canaan could perceive them as sounds. There. The vibration of the guards' movements, the sound of breathing, the scent of gunpowder. That was enough. They weren't on equal footing anymore. Her 5 heightened senses melded into a single potent awareness. The enemy was on her turf now. The angle of the floor and walls, the strength and positioning of the wooden seats, the humidity of the air, subtle cues of friction and impact. There was nothing she could not detect. Her synesthetic perception precisely mapped the interior of the car inside her mind, showing her everything she might need to know. See, her synesthesia is like Daredevil vision. There is no vague impression or rough calculation. She had innate grasp of the exact spatial relationships of everything on this limited battlefield. Now all she had to do was wait for the approaching enemy soldier to reveal the last bit of information she needed. Man down! How the hell did she shoot him from there? She could feel the guard's confusion. Her snapshot shouldn't have landed, yet it had caught the advancing soldier right between the eyes. The survivors were breathing raggedly now, even their lungs betraying their alarm. The unexpected counterattack brought bewilderment and then a rush of fear. Still, Canaan knew that if she simply tried the brute force approach and charged the enemy position, she'd only provoke them into bringing their full firepower to bear. That would limit her options. She needed to modify the parameters of the fight first. Canaan was outgunned. She wasn't going to be able to change that. She might be able to drop one more of them with another quick shot, but then she'd only wind up getting overrun. She had one option left. She could abandon cover, go for broke. She'd need to drop 4 targets in the span of a single breath, or she'd be done for. Ah! Had that raspy laugh been hers, or the enemy's? The guard's leader took aim at Canaan's forehead, his finger on the trigger. She picked up the dead man's gun. Not for ammo. To carry out the plan she'd envisioned, she knew she needed something better than her Beretta. What are you doing? Shoot her! The leader of the guards cried out. The subsequent barrage was too uncontrolled to be called suppressing fire. Gunfire intended to prevent the enemy from moving, frequently used when the opponent is behind cover. It can be an effective means of gaining a tactical advantage by forcing a foe to remain in a given position. The 4 men fired wildly, trying in vain to follow Canaan's nigh-inhuman movements. Canaan sped away. She could read the ripples of the air, could even predict the movements of the soldiers' muscles, the angle of their gun barrels, the trajectories of their shots. But she knew she couldn't hope to dodge every bullet. So before the storm could strike, she dived out the door of the car. Oh, that's sick. She's shooting while, like, passing by the windows. That was sick. So yeah, her red eyes, that happens in the anime too. That's when they like show her like her power activate. Phew. She let out a soft sigh as her combined senses became distinct once more. See, now she's back to the white. White or silver, gray, whatever. She needed to neutralize 4 targets in the span of a single breath. And that was precisely what she'd done. Also, we're watching this anime after this. Not tonight, but in the Discord. So if you like Canaan... I got a Steam notification that someone just started Melty Blood. It's a little too perfect for the moment that just happened. It was yeah, it's pretty good. See, look at that, she said. Now that's what I call a circus. She landed with a flourish back inside the train car. She had cleared out all the soldiers stationed in the forward compartment. They'd successfully recovered the payload and wiped out the enemy force. Now her task was to evacuate ASAP. She wanted to check in with Shiam, but knew she couldn't risk breaking radio silence without knowing the situation on his end. He probably doesn't need me to bail him out anyway. She wanted to rush to him, but knew Shiam would be disappointed in her if she did. And now that she'd made it forward of the secure freight car compartment, doubling back to the rear of the train only to have to come forward again would be a waste of time. I think it's the and now that she'd made it forward of the secure freight compartment is what's fucking me up. Yeah, I think it's just very strange phrasing. Maybe I should head for the engine and stop the train? With their cover blown, they certainly couldn't go to Amman. She and Shiam would need to get off the train en route and conceal their whereabouts, probably the sooner the better. The scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. She spun around, ready to fire. There was a rustling of clothes, and a new sensation crashed against her skin. Oh no. Sadaka's arrival had helped put an end to the gunfight in the rear troop compartment. She caught 2 of the guards in the pincer attack, and before the last enemy had a chance to regroup, Shiam had managed to gun him down. Reckless as ever, Siam. You know, at your age, you really need to stop letting yourself get shot. Sadaka strolled over to him. Only after confirming that all the guards had been neutralized did Shiam finally let his mindset shift from combat readiness to simple high alert. I only did as much as was necessary, he said. I knew you'd show up. I wanted to give them an obvious target so they'd leave their rear exposed. The tension between them eased. It had been years since they'd been alone in the same room together. Still, this strategy isn't like you, Sadaka said. Why didn't you fall... Why didn't you fall back to the next car? That's what you should have done. A tactical retreat. Keeping them disrupted and on the move. Shiam considered. Maybe it really hadn't been necessary to make this car into the battleground. If it had accomplished one thing, it was allowing the fleeing passengers a chance to make it to safety. Don't tell me you've finally grown a conscience, Sadaka said, as if she'd read his mind. I'm just thinking about our employer. With our cover blown, the enemy might have been able to ID us. Had to do what I could to make sure you guys wouldn't get a bad reputation with the Liberation Front.
うーわ。今回の件はウイルス兵器なんてものを持ち出そうとしたイスラエル側に非があると。
If you say so, Sadaka said. So, this is all over the UA, which means this little spate of bloodshed is on the Israelis for trying to get their hands on some weaponized virus.
あくまで我々が鉄槌を下すのは彼女の盗っ人どもだけだと。
And we're just
なるほど。それは少し嬉しいんだが、同時に後味が悪いな。
Sometimes they voice more than just the sentence that I get in the text. And we're just meting out punishment to the thieves. I suppose that's a good thing if you say so, but it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
それはどういう
How so?
だってお前も私もトロほど嫌いなものはないだろう。
Neither of us like wasted effort.
せっかく守ったのに無駄な努力をさせてしまった。
And look at all the trouble I've put you through.
さて、二つ断っておくよ、シャム。
No, I can't believe she betrayed us. Who could have seen this? Alright, Shiam, I'm gonna tell you two
一つは
things.
ケースを譲ってもらうこと。
First, I'm gonna be taking this case.
一つは一人残らず消えてもらうことだ。
Second, I'm not going to leave anyone alive to know about it.
目撃者も当事者もまとめて掃除させてもらう。
No witnesses, including you. Gunfire and screams echoed from the back of the train. Someone was mercilessly gunning down the passengers who'd fled there for safety.
解放戦線側のエージェントはお前たち二人だけだが、私も個人的な部下を何人か連れてきていてね。今後部車両で働いているのはそいつらだよ。悪いな、お前がせっかく体を張って保護したというのに。
The Liberation Front only sent 2 covert operatives. I brought more. That's who you're hearing going to work back there. And after you risked yourself to protect those people too.
解放戦線を裏切ったのか
You're betraying the front, Shiam rasped.
裏切るも何もない。解放戦線において私はただのパトロンだ。それこそ定かを施したに過ぎんさ。
It's not betrayal. The Liberation Front was simply a patron to me. I was just doing Sadaka, really.
今じゃ原理主義者に武装闘争のお株も奪われている。いい加減、この辺りが縁切り時だ。
Well, now the fundamentalists have been beaten at their own armed conflict game. I'd say it's high time we cut ties. One who believes absolutely in a particular religious doctrine, used here to refer to as Islamic fundamentalists. These include radical anti-American and anti-Israeli factions who have repeatedly come into armed conflict with the Israeli military. The slaughter continued. Several passengers who hadn't managed to flee to the rear of the train still cowered, trembling in the car where Shiam had battled the soldiers. A survival that would take an ironic turn when the butchers doing their work farther down the train reached this car. A survival that would take an ironic turn. Is it ironic? I guess they're in the car that wasn't safe? I don't know.
矛盾しているそのトランクがあれば解放戦線もお前の望み通り物騒になるはずだが
This doesn't make sense, Shiam said. If the Liberation Front gets this bioweapon, they'll become the danger that you've always wanted them to be.
その通り。これがパレスチナ側に渡れば、イスラエル側も黙ってはいまい。
It's not that late. It's here. It's only 11:15. We're East Coast U.S. time, so we'll sit down here. We'll highlight irony. Click. That's the wrong button. Indeed, if I hand this over to the Palestinians, The Israelis won't be able to stand by quietly.
だが戦力に劣るお前たちは最終的にこいつの封を開けるだろう。
But your side is outgunned, and ultimately, you'd be forced to break the seal on this thing to even up the odds.
そうなっては困る。何しろ米軍にこいつを払い下げさせたのは私だからな。
And I can't have that. After all, I'm the one who prompted the US military to sell it off in the first place. Shiam let out a hoarse gasp.
欲しいのは医者。それもとびきり物騒なね。しばらくするとこんな噂が流れる。米軍流出の生物兵器が輸送途中にヨルダン国内で襲撃され奪われた。
What I want is rumors, Sadaka continued. Dangerous rumors. A biological weapon the US military was getting rid of, stolen mid-transport in a raid in Jordanian territory.
輸送計画はイスラエル強硬派。襲ったのは解放戦線。ウイルスは誰の手に渡った？
Was the transport arranged by Israeli hardliners? Was the raid carried out by the PLO? Who got their hands on the virus?
どれも真実はわからない。だが緊張だけは高まる。
No one will be sure of the truth. Tensions will rise.
欲しいのはそれだけだ。ハルブはよろしくない。こういうおもちゃはきちんと使い方が分かっている人間が管理するものだ。
That's all I'm after. War is never good. A toy like this needs to be reserved for those who know how to use it properly. This was all a political farce, and an especially poor one at that. Neither the side transporting the weapon, nor the side attempting to steal it, would know where it had gone. Suspicion would beget suspicion, plunging the Middle East further into chaos.
イスラエル側はこの件を知らないのか。
Do the Israelis not know about this? Shiam asked.
ウーアの試作品の取引は強硬派の独断か。
Was the UA prototype deals some hardliners working independently?
ああ、イスラエル側の総意じゃない。隅に追いやられつつある老人の悪あがきだ。今頃は連中も大慌てだろう。身内が何の相談もせず、自分たちの家に致命的な毒を運び込もうとしているんだ。
That's right, the desperate failing of some old fools who are backed into a corner. Their leaders must be in a mad rush right now, knowing that their own people have been trying to bring some lethal poison into their house without consulting them.
まあ、その老人にとってはこれもイスラエルのための善意なんだろうがな。お前の口癖通り、信念というのは実に迷惑だよ。
Of course, for them, all this was for the good of Israel. What was that you always said? Faith can be a real nuisance. Shiam felt a dark cloud pass behind his eyes. This operation had been doomed to failure from the start. The Liberation Front had been played like an oud. Key people had been handed the information they wanted, like they wanted it. After that, greed and anticipation had ensured that they acted predictably. Seeking only chaos and confusion, the instigator had used one of the oldest tricks in the book. One who controls and dispenses information in order to achieve political or military goals. As skillfully executed agitation can sometimes be more effective than deploying a major force. Both military and political organizations around the world regularly employ such methods.
そして俺たちが死ねば解放戦線も奪還に失敗したと判断するか。
And so we die, and the Liberation Front fails to acquire the weapon? Is that the idea? CM said.
お前こそらしくない。そんな必要はないだろう。対立を煽るバカな。今さら第三者が油を注がずともこの地の火は消えん。
There's no need for this. You want to fan the flames of confrontation? Even without a third party pouring on more gas, the fires here aren't going to go out.
そうだな。この程度のコントロールは私が手を下すまでもないんだが、今回は他にも理由があった。
You're right. Accomplishing that much wouldn't require my direct intervention, but I have other reasons for getting personally involved in this case.
ウーアの管理とお前の始末だ。
Getting control of UA and getting rid of you.
お互い因縁だな、シャム。
Our fates are connected, Shiam.
お前には2年前、ウーアの実験を阻止できなかった負い目がある。ウーアの輸送が行われるとすれば、必ず食いついてくると分かっていた。
You blame yourself for not stopping the UA experiment 2 years ago. I knew you'd take the bait this time if you knew the virus was involved.
となれば、お前を始末できるとしたら、それはもう私ぐらいしかいないだろう。
And if anyone was going to be able to get rid of you, it was going to be me, right?
もっとも、お前がここまでふぬけていたとは思わなかったが。
Though I must admit, you're stupider than I give you credit for.
当事者の口封じか。ウーアの存在を隠すのに俺が邪魔になったのか。
So, this is just a scheme to protect your secrets. And I'm an obstacle to concealing the existence of the weaponized UA.
ああ。だが決めたのは今じゃない。私は初めからお前を始末しようと思っていた。
Yes, though I didn't decide that just now. I've been thinking about getting rid of you since the very beginning.
初めから俺がウーアを知ったのは2年前。お前とは4年前からの付き合いだが。
The very beginning? I only learned about UA 2 years ago. We've known each other for 4.
だからさ、お前は私の素性を知っている。生まれとか、そんなどうでもいいことじゃない。
True.
兵士としての私の癖を知りすぎている。
True. But you know too much about me. Not my birthplace. I don't care about that. You know what kind of soldier I am. Shiam stared at Sadaka through a haze of pain. Any secret weapon becomes less effective once its true capabilities are known. And she sees herself as a weapon. She'll kill me to maintain her effectiveness.
まさかな。極めて個人的な機密保持とは俺も買いかぶられたものだ。
Sounds like I underestimated your need for privacy, he said.
それでカナンは俺のついでか。
So, once you're done with me, Canon's next?
ああ。あれがウーアの生き残りであることも知っている。お前と同じ問題だよ。
She is. I know that she's that she's an UA survivor. She poses the same problem you do.
致死率 100% だったウイルス兵器の生存者だ。なぜどうして生き残ったのか。生存者分析は貴重なデータになる。
Okay, Kajarden, she only got these extra powers 2 years ago when she survived the bombing. So let's say that the UA virus, because she apparently got infected, because everyone should be infected. But she survived. So maybe the UA virus gave her incredible powers. They increased her synesthesia powers. Does this work? Will you accept? Will you accept some comic book logic? Okay. She is, and I know that she's an UA survivor. She poses the same problem you do. And she survived a viral weapon with 100% lethality rate. Why and how is she alive? She's still alive. She'll be able to provide some valuable data. When she first arrived on the train, Sadaka had said something cryptic about looking into personnel and looking into a flaw with a weapon. Now it was clear what she'd meant. Now it was clear that what she'd meant was that she wanted to gather information about an UA survivor and how the weapon had affected her. From the start, this job had been about nothing more than getting the most she could out of UA.
ウーアを利用する者として唯一の生存者を直接確認したかったと。本当にそれだけか。
So, you want to use the virus, and you wanted to personally examine the one person who survived it? Shiam asked. Is that really all there is to this?
それ以外に理由はない。
That's it, Sadaka said.
サンプルとして生きたまま捉えたかったが、あれはもういい。少しばかり特殊すぎる。
I'd hoped to be able to bring her back as a live specimen, but oh well. She's a little too exceptional.
扱いやすいサンプルとは言えないし、
She wouldn't make for a very convenient sample.
憎しみに駆られて、今頃は無駄死にだ。
She's too caught up in hatred, and now she's going to die in vain.
後部車両の処理完了しました。こちらの処理が済み次第撤退の準備を。
That voice was very polite. Sadaka's radio crackled to life. The rear section is now secured, a masculine voice declared. Should we prepare to withdraw once we're done with cleanup?
少し待て。機関部の同志との合流が遅れている。ヘリに連絡は入れておけ。
Negative. Hold off on that for now. Our people in the forward section are late for the rendezvous. Contact the helicopter and let them know. The sound of gunfire told of more passengers being cut down.
ヘリだと
Helicopter? Shiam croaked.
ああ、何しろこの列車は時期脱線するからな。その後歩いて帰るわけにもいかんだろう。イスラエル側も無能じゃない。撤収は早いだけいい。
That's right. This train's gonna be derailed, and I sure don't plan on walking home. The Israelis aren't incompetent. I plan on getting out of here as fast as I can. She'd been very thorough. In all likelihood, she planted explosives further along the track. That would have been much simpler than tampering with the train directly. A crash might not completely destroy the train, but it would be enough to eliminate any remaining passengers. I'm just imagining what... no, the whole encryption problem is that you need to know the exact language computer instruction set. And for any decent encryption, several pages worth of data. And it's a long linear calculation. Encryption is explicitly designed this way to make it harder to crack, rather than something you can multi-thread, which would be the whole advantage synesthesia could theoretically, but probably wouldn't provide. No, man, she just sees through the code. If the engine wasn't stopped before it was derailed, there would be no hope in saving anyone who remained alive on board.
ウーアに手を出した者とそれを奪った俺たちと列車に居合わせた人間は一人残らず死亡する。やりすぎの嫌いはあるが筋書きとしては合格点だ。
So, anyone at all involved with UA, the people who helped you steal it, even anyone who happened to be on board this train, they're all going to die. Thorough, if a bit excessive, Shiam said.
だがやり通せるか。
But can you actually pull it off?
まさかあの小娘に期待しているのか。
Don't tell me you're still counting on your little girl. Sadaka sneered. It was a crueler, colder expression than any Shiam had ever seen before.
まるで使えない。少しは見込みがあると思ったが、あんなのは論外だ。ウーアへの憎しみで我をなくし、自らの性能を誤った。
She's of no use to me. I thought she might have some promise at first, but her hatred of the virus had made her lose control of herself. It's compromised her abilities.
がっかりだよ。お前の手腕も地に落ちたな。
It's disappointing, really. All of your efforts, wasted.
それは違う。
That's where you're wrong, Shiam said. He was dying, but his voice was firm. In the back of his mind, there was a whisper. Sadaka had sent some of her men to the engine compartment. Why hadn't they returned?
何が言いたい、シャム。
Just what are you trying to say, Shiam?
どうということのない自明の話だ。恐怖を知っている者は憎しみでは動かない。
Nothing special. Just the obvious. People who know fear don't act out of hatred.
カナンはお前や俺とは違う。
Canaan, she's not like you or me. The chill between them became acute. She lifted up her gun, taking aim at Siam's forehead. Her expression said it all. This man before her had fallen from grace, and her disappointment had turned deadly.
断っておくが、私はお前を同胞とは思っていない。
Let me just make one thing clear. I'm not like you, she said.
それが正しい。なぜならお前は。
You're right, because you know what you are. For one fleeting moment, their old connection was renewed. He spoke. She listened, saying nothing, as she had often done so long ago.
気が変わった。
I've changed my mind, Sadaka said.
やはり、とどめを刺しておこう。
I think I am going to finish you off.
なぜ初めから頭を打たなかった？
Why didn't you just shoot me in the head to begin with?
ジンクスだよ。
Because of the jinx.
今までお前は何度も被弾したが、
You've been shot so many times.
不思議とただの一度も頭に当たったことはなかっただろ？
Yet by some miracle, you've never taken a bullet to the head. Her voice was hollow, as if she'd already put this all to an end. She raised her gun.
不思議でもなんでもない。頭を打たれなかったからこうして生きている。俺もお前もただの兵士だからな。
It's not just a miracle, he said. Not getting shot in the head is just why I'm still alive. You and I, we're both just ordinary soldiers.
うん、知ってる。
I know that, Sadaka replied.
けどまあ、私にとってそういうイメージだったんだ。お前は。
It's just, well, it's just this image I have of you. That's all. Sham! Canaan came charging from the adjacent car. In the heat of the fury, she fired wildly but still managed to knock the gun from Sadaka's hand. Sadaka instantly retreated. She sensed instinctively, to her chagrin, that she couldn't defeat her young rival now. Under the circumstances, this was prey she wasn't ready to hunt. Sadaka clicked her tongue, dismayed at being outfaced by such an impulsive attack. The girl had been so calm and collected before. Somehow she'd been transformed into a creature of pure emotion. A warrior, undefeated and clearly beyond Sadaka's capabilities. Pew pew pew! The scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. She spun around, ready to fire her gun. There was a rustling of clothes, and a new sensation crashed against her skin. A volley of bullets whizzed right past her face. But how? A chill ran down her spine. There were enemies other than the soldiers on board this train. This one was dressed as a train engineer. No, not the engineer! Shaking off a premonition of disaster, she pursued this new foe as he retreated toward the front of the train. Right now she needed to stop the engine. She followed the enemy who'd shot at her all the way into the driver's cab. Oh, thank you. These reading streams can get me really, really parched. Especially because we've already been at it for 3.25 hours. 3 3/4 hours. Whoever the fake engineer was, he was defiant to the last, finally collapsing without a word. Looking around the cab, Canaan saw the murdered bodies of the real engineers, as well as a smashed control panel, which was now clearly useless. If this guy was wrecking the train, Canaan thought, He must have not been in league with the soldiers protecting it. And if there was some third party that they hadn't been aware of, Canaan broke into a sprint. If she had a better understanding of how the train functioned, she might have found some way to stop it by force, by destroying something in the engine room. But she had no time to ponder such things now. Her instincts spurred her into motion. The priorities of the situation had changed. As she raced back toward where she'd left Shiam and Sadaka, she reflected that she hadn't liked this job from the start. Something about this train just felt wrong, and its modeled colors had boded ill from the beginning. Shiam. She ran as fast as she could. The sight of her previous battle and everything beyond reeked of the thick stench of death. Her dread of what she would find was almost overwhelming as she headed into the compartment that had held the second group of soldiers. All at once, she saw a pure, excruciating red. Violent emotion surged through her as she cut loose with a wild barrage. It was the first time she'd first picked up a gun that she fired without uncertainty that she'd hit her mark. The bullets found their marks and several of Sadaka's men fell dead. But how many moments had this bought Shiam? Sadaka had vanished towards the rear of the train, carrying the case with her. Canaan didn't even consider following her. Instead, dumbstruck, she dropped to her knees beside her mentor. Her mind couldn't process the situation. Just like a newly hatched chick, Shiam told her with the faintest of smiles.
Canaan.
Canaan.
やだ。
No. She shook her head, not wanting to hear what he would say.
見ての通り、致命傷だ。
I've taken my death wound. You can see that. His voice was calm. She stared at him, silently pleading. No. She kept shaking her head slowly, inwardly imploring him not to die, but unable to put her plea into words. Shiam stirred. His consciousness was fading from blood loss, but the face before him was one he recognized. He shook himself back to awareness, recalling the young girl he'd found 2 years before. The memory hardly seemed real. These days of mundane, everyday life hadn't really been his to live.
Canaan. 現状を確認する。
Canaan, you need to accept this.
やだ。そんなのできない。
No, I can't.
把握なんてできない。
I won't. She knelt, still shaking her head as Shiam calmly told her what had happened. Sadaka had betrayed them. She had stabbed him and had stolen the case with the bioweapon. The train would soon be derailed and destroyed. The train crew and passengers had been murdered, though there might still be a few alive. They'd failed miserably, and the situation was only getting worse. Sadaka was getting away.
あんな女どうでもいい。それより早く手当てを。血さえ止めればまだ。
I don't care about Sadaka, Canaan wailed. We need to get you medical attention. If we can just stop the bleeding, we can still...
時間の無駄だ。お前には他にやることがある。
That'd be a waste of time. There are other things you need to do.
目を覚ませかな。これは特別なことか。俺とあの女は同じ兵士に過ぎない。人間性を捨て去った兵士が同じ兵士に撃たれただけだ。そこに特別な意味を見出せと教えたか。
Open your eyes, Canaan. There's nothing special about this. Me and her, we're soldiers. Nothing more. Soldiers toss away their humanity. Soldiers get shot. Did I ever teach you to seek some meaning in that?
違う。シャムとあいつは違う。
No, you're wrong. You're not like her, Shiam.
あの女のことは知らない。 しい。冷たいけど、あんな人でなしじゃない。
I don't want to know what she's like, and I don't want to know. But you're different. You're a good person. Maybe you can be cold, but you're not a monster like her. He had no response to that. Wasn't he a monster? Well, perhaps not. He had recovered enough emotion to feel guilt at what she said, at least. Though that hardly made him human.
何をするべきかを測り、何ができるかを考えろと言っただろう。
You need to focus, Canaan. Assess the situation, and form a plan of action.
分かっているはずだ。俺たちの仕事はケースを取り返し、列車を止め、ウーアを根絶する。
Remember, her job is to get that case back, stop this train, and eradicate the UA virus. Or UL virus. It's the first time it's been said, I think. I mean, I think they were saying it earlier, but I kept reading it as UA. It's the first time it's been said that it wasn't in like the middle of like a whole long sentence, so I could pay attention to it. It wasn't fair. He knew how to press her buttons. Eradicate the UA virus. The very words that would transform Canaan from girl to soldier.
カナン、そちらの状況を。戦闘車両で何があった？
Canaan, tell me, what happened at the head of the train?
護衛はみんな倒した。機関士はあの女の仲間で、操作盤じゃ列車は止められない。機関室を壊すか、車両ごとにあるブレーキを使わないと。
I took down all the guards. The engineer was one of the woman's companions, and he wrecked the control panel, so now we can't use it to stop the train. We'll have to destroy the engine room itself, or maybe use the brakes on each of the individual cars.
他に生存者は？
Were there any other survivors?
貨物列車から先には誰もいない。生きてるのは私たちだけ。
Nobody ahead of the secure freight car. The only ones alive are you and me.
了解した。俺は列車を止める。お前は奴を追え。俺からの言葉はこれが最後だ。
Good. I'll stop the train. You go after her. No discussion. Canaan held her breath. Leaving Shiam here, wounded as he was tantamount to letting him die. And why should he worry? And why should he worry about stopping the train when they were the only passengers still alive? Canaan couldn't imagine leaving him to spending his final moments alone.
カナン、周りを見ろ。生存者は何人いる？
Canaan, look around. How many survivors? His soldier's edge wiped away her sentimentality.
教えてくれ、カナン。何人いるんだ？
Tell me, Canaan, how many are there? She lifted her downcast eyes. In all their time together, he had never once relied on her exceptional nature. He had never shunned her for being different, always accepted her together with her curse, her gift. Now he needed her help.
3人いる。たった3人しかいない。
There are 3, she said, gazing around, reading the colors of the fallen. Only 3 people alive.
3人しか。
Only 3? Yes, only 3. Amidst the sea of blood that surrounded them, 3 of the passengers still clung to life.
そうだ。
Yes, that's right, she said. She doubted they had any chance of survival. Even with medical care, probably none of them would make it. But that wasn't how Shiam saw things, or how he wanted her to see it.
違う。
No, she corrected herself.
助けられる。
There are 3 whole people we can save. At that, he nodded. And maybe, just a little, he smiled.
列車は俺が受け持つ。
I'll handle the train.
連結を外しブレーキをかける程度だ。この体でも十分に現実的な役割だろう。
I'll undo the coupling so that we're able to apply the brakes. I'm pretty sure I've still got enough strength to pull that off.
だがお前の方は少し骨だぞ。
Your job is going to be a bit more difficult.
でもすぐに戻る。
I know, but I'll be right back. Her voice, her emotions, under control at last. She was the consummate warrior now, just like he trained her to be.
カナン、
Canaan.
お前は戦争によって過去を奪われた犠牲者であり、奴は権力闘争によって過去を失った敗北者だ。
You were victimized, your past stolen from you by war. She was defeated, her past swallowed up by power struggles beyond her control.
兵士としての起点は同じだが、あり方は異なっている。
Your paths as warriors began in similar places, but you have walked them in different ways. Sham's gun slid from his hand. It seemed in that moment like a symbol of his life. A hard and deadly weapon, a killer of many now abandoned.
破壊によって生まれた兵士は憎しみを武器とする。
Soldiers born of destruction make hatred into a weapon, Shiam said.
俺と奴のうつろさは単にそれに焼き尽くされただけの話だ。
That's what made her and me so empty inside. The hatred just burns inside until all else has burned out.
その話を覚えているか？
Do you remember what I told you?
覚えてる。憎しみには。
I do. You said that hatred must never be used as a means of fighting back. Even if the power it gave you let you destroy your opponent, if you cultivated such power, it would destroy you too in the end. Well done, he thought. Perhaps he really had managed to pass on all that he could. His lips curled into a ghost of a smile. He'd once said that death was the great equalizer. Then it came for the same for everyone, no matter who they were. Now Shiam's time had come, and Canaan realized, with a sudden and surprising calm, that she accepted it.
最後のタリウムだ。
My last request, he said.
奴を逃がすな。より多くの命を救え。
Don't let Sadaka get away, and save whatever lives you can.
シャムも元気で。
Yes, good fortune to you, Shiam. Genki desu. There is no grieving. They simply parted ways, each reflecting on the past 2 years, and needing nothing more than that. No. Sadaka stood atop the train. She said it though. That's what she said. I think she's just trying to be like, we'll see each other. It'll be okay. Even though she knows that's not real. Sadaka stood atop the train. The scenery, a uniform brown, for much of the journey, was now dotted with green in places. They were drawing close to their destination, the destination she had chosen. Very shortly, the train's usefulness would come to an end. There were less than 2 minutes to go before the rendezvous with the Black Hawk. An assault helicopter manufactured by Sikorsky Aircraft first saw combat with the US Army during the invasion of Grenada in 1983, and in more recent years has seen service in the Iraq War. It is used by over 20 nation states, including Japan, Australia, Egypt, and Israel. I had no idea the Black Hawk was used by so many nations. Sadaka carried the case in her left hand, handcuffed to her wrist, and gripped her gun in the right. The FN-57, a semi-automatic pistol produced by Belgian manufacturer FN Herstal, uses 5.7 x 28mm cartridge with high penetration power, typically sold only to law enforcement and military agencies. However, there are less powerful versions that have been made available to the civilian market. The preparations had been flawless. The helicopter pilot was highly skilled. He would lower a ladder to her at her position, and she would simply ride it right up on top. How much do you think I don't know, how much do you think this is like influenced by the Mission Impossible movie? She'd accomplished most of what she'd wanted, and now her retreat would be swift. She would have been wholly pleased with the situation, and yet she was wholly dissatisfied. Of course that would have been the case regardless of the result she'd obtained. It was not in her nature to ever be content. Only by striking out at the world around her could she even keep herself sane. And now, her thirst for vengeance was worse than ever. Yeah, here she comes. A girlish silhouette appeared on the roof of the train not far away, and Sadaka felt her thirst change to a hunger. Time to go a-huntin'. She more than had the upper hand here. If she were to go down, the case would fall down with her. And if the case were damaged, the UA virus would very likely be released. Which meant that the little lady couldn't shoot at her until she got the case away, whereas Sadaka was free to unload on her as much as she wanted. The kill was certain to be hers. How could she help but smile? She'd stolen the UA, stirred up both sides of an international conflict, and would soon eliminate the last witness to her scheme. It had been quite some time since she'd last scored such a coup. I suppose I owe a little lady a little thanks for contributing to my success. Her target was 3 cars away. Knowing her pistol's effective range, Sadaka gave herself an 80% chance of hitting. If Canaan had been 1 car closer, it would have been 100%. And since it wasn't like the girl could fly, you don't know that. She had no hope of escaping certain death. Sadaka aimed at the train car's roof just in front of Kanaan's feet. Snake Man, please. What? Time for a little intimidation. Let's show this upstart what real skills look like. You say as you remember Cats. Yeah, Cats is canon. We know this because even though it happened in the non-canon ending, the suit did meow at some point in the canon timeline. And thus we know the suit is actually Cats, a robotic, I don't even remember what it was, cybernetic animal. I don't remember anymore. Guys, go check out the Cats ending of 428 if you missed it and you don't care about spoilers or whatever. It's I have to imagine all the endings are somewhere on the internet. It's really good. It's a really good ending. I'm so glad we stumbled into it. Because we could have accidentally not gotten it, you know? She needs to understand that a step closer to me is a step into certain death. Alright, little lady. Let's see how well you dance, Ojo-san. Siam struggled to his feet. He had a final job to do. There were 6 meters in the door between him and the coupling that linked this car to the next. Easy enough under ordinary circumstances. Once he undid the coupling, the automatic air brake would kick in and stop the rear section of the train. A style of brake used by railway cars that utilize air pressure. All of the train cars include sections of a brake pipe linked to each other down the center of the train's undercarriage. The brakes on the cars are structured so that they activate when air is removed from the pipe. If 2 cars become separated, this releases the air, causing the brakes to kick in automatically. Look at these wonderful pictures. Wheel and air brake manifold. The distance seemed vast. How much time was it going to take him to do something as simple as waking up in the morning and washing his face? It was altogether too long and a treacherous journey. A journey that would use up all that remained of his life. So they still haven't disappeared on me. Muddied memories played in his mind like scenes from an old movie. There was a time when I saw hope in a girl who made nihilism her reason to live. After that, I found hope in another girl's weakness as she clung to her desire to live. The hope Sadaka brought had been like opium, a drug he took to coax himself into thinking his actions were for the best. This probably explains why he runs into gunfights, just like taking bullets. The dude's just like coked up on opium. This is Somehow at the time, he'd never realized his mistake. I was supposed to dodge the bullets. And then there was Canaan, a victim of war. She'd given him a kind of hope that brought all of his own pain sharply into focus. Even at death's door, she thought nothing of dying, only wanting to live a life of meaning. He had no doubt, now, which kind of hope was the better one. But he still remembered both, just as he remembered the faith that had driven him long before he met either girl. That was decades ago now. How naive he had been, an unsophisticated firebrand clinging to blind belief. Three wounded passengers, 3 wounded people to save. The thought drove him on. 2 years earlier, he had been unable to save anyone. He had been nothing but a killer. Did that make him a hypocrite now? Perhaps, but if so, for once he could accept his own hypocrisy. Shiam blinked. His eyesight was failing. Maybe it was the light of truth that had blinded him. He was paying at last for the sin of casting aside his beliefs for so long. Did he have the stamina to keep going? Of course he did. He trained himself to find new reserves of strength when it mattered most. War was always like this. After the mind and body had given out, a true soldier could forge onward on spirit alone, like a servant of the dead. It had been a long time since he'd taken a job that tipped the scales back toward the living. Of course, he'd always told himself that he killed so that he and others might live. Mercy and slaughter stemmed from the same behavioral principle, the struggle for self-preservation. Still, a soldier's deeds seemed to slip inevitably toward the negative end of the spectrum. He remembered how the long slide had started. The motives that had driven him to take up arms and pushed him further and further into the void. I will lose my life now. I will lose this emptiness. At long last, my balance will return to 0. Another memory. Before they boarded the train, the girl had begged him for a special boon. Just when had that happened exactly?
シャムの嘘つき、全然痛くないって言ったのに、こんなに痛むなんて聞いてなかった。
You're such a liar, Shiam. You said it wasn't going to hurt at all. I had no idea it was going to be this painful. Perhaps at the time, Shiam had simply forgotten how painful it was. He'd been good at that after all. He asked her if the pain from her new tattoo would impair her on the upcoming job, and she shook her head.
痛いのは本当だけど、
I mean, yeah, it does hurt, Canaan said.
嬉しいから性能は上がってるよ。
But it makes me happy, and that makes me better at what I do. The girl's skills really did change based on her emotions. Her good moods were rare, but when she was happy, her abilities were remarkable indeed. A tattoo is a small price to pay for that. The girl was quite probably the strangest person he had ever known. Meeting her was an honor for him, in a way. Even while her training made her into a soldier, she never truly let go of her feelings. Maybe she'd been a free spirit the whole time, or maybe her feelings are what helped her through in part. It didn't matter which it was.
家族の証だ。これがある限り、私はシャムの教えを忘れない。
This shows that we're family, Shiam. For as long as I have it, I'll never forget what you've taught me. Remembering it now, he felt a vague sense of fulfillment. For a monster, he done a pretty good job. He did it. Action time. The two girls stood 30 meters apart. Canaan had... God damn it. Sorry. Canaan had stopped her advance just at the edge of the third car. I wasn't ready for the immediate typo. Sadaka waited, silent. Her rival could never hit her from there. Canaan took one more step. One more and the real fun would start. The curtain had risen on the final act of the drama. The violent drone of a helicopter sounded in the distance. In a matter of moments, the chopper would arrive. Lowering the ladder, Sadaka would then ascend in triumph. What are you waiting for? She called out. Don't tell me you came up here just to watch me go. I thought you were sworn to destroy the virus. Her challenge was a hiss upon the wind. Canaan glared. She knew she could reach her enemy in 5 seconds or less. But Sadaka would need only one of those seconds to aim and fire. Canaan would be killed 5 times over if she charged. Maybe? Let's see what Canaan does. It was a risk she couldn't afford to take. She couldn't hope to win, not under these conditions. You really think I'd just let you go? Canaan called back. Don't be a fool. Sadaka's taunt had stung her nerves. Her rival's voice was like a jagged claw, a filthy talon scratching at her temples. You guys like my eyes now? These are like my smug eyes or something. But I also think they're like action eyes. Okay, if I look this way, my eyes close. If I look this way, my eyes don't close. I gotta really figure out this webcam situation. Yeah, this one's new. Canaan ground her teeth in frustration. She had no fear of charging in without a plan. But that wasn't going to work this time. That would give too much of an edge to her opponent. This is such a letdown, Sadaka said. But no matter whatever you do, I'll be able to put the contents of this case to good use. Did you know, young lady, that this UA is a flawed weapon? More a negotiation tool than anything I'd actually use. And why is that, you ask? Because it's too powerful. The ladder swayed down from the helicopter above. Sadaka could make her escape in a moment if she chose. And yet she hesitated, savoring Canaan's defeat. The fact is, it's too early to use the virus as a weapon, she said. It'll take the world's top researchers 2 years at least to fully understand what they're up against. Then the UA will have some real value in my catalog. A pity you won't be there to see that. Your deaths here are really going to accomplish nothing. But don't worry, I'll make sure the UA reaches its full potential. No one may care that it took your parents from you, but one day this weapon will make a grand name for itself.
振りまいてやろうじゃないか。
And then I'm gonna make a killing, and then I'm going to make a killing. Canaan fought back a wave of nausea. Ferocious colors danced before her eyes.
吠えてろ。
Bark all you want, she said.
そんなの私の知ったことじゃない。
It's not going to happen. She heard a dull clang from somewhere ahead and felt a faint shudder through her feet. The train began to slow. Strength filled her limbs. She shifted her posture, ready to spring into action.
いいぞ。挑発の必要はなかったか。
I guess I didn't need to provoke you, Sadaka sneered. She could see it in Kanaan's eyes. The girl was ready to run right to her death. Everything was falling into place. The bleak scenery was opening out into a fertile landscape. Canaan was about to die. One step forward and there would be a resounding gunshot. But instead of moving, Canaan spoke.
名前。お前本当はなんて言うんだ。
Your name. What is it, really? Sadaka smiled inwardly. So that's what's been gnawing on her at her.
アルファルド。
I can't believe it! No, I mean, we all knew, but it is fun when the game acknowledges it. Also, you get to have the name with the face right here, the smug ass Alphard. Also, it's the first time I think we've heard Alphard spoken aloud, because the rest of the game hadn't been voiced. Alphard, she said.
お前にならなかった。どこにでもいるテロリストだよ。
Xi'an wanted his promised land, but all he was able to make me into was just another terrorist. And at her words, the race began. Huh? Sadaka, Alphard, stared in surprise. The instant that she realized that her first shot had missed, she pulled the trigger again. This time her eyes went wide with shock.
この距離で私が外す。
How can I miss at this range? The red-clad figure sped along the train car roof, zigzagging as she moved like a bolt of lightning. On she came, heedless of the death in the air around her. There was no doubt about it. The girl was dodging bullets. For a master markswoman like Alphard, it was a nightmare come to life.
ふざけるな。そんな話が。
No, this is ridiculous. It can't be. What Canaan was doing simply shouldn't be possible. Just before each shot, she would change her trajectory unpredictably, shifting out of the bullet's path. Evasive movement was a standard tactic, but knowing precisely when and where to dodge, that required an inhuman ability to predict the future. It's like she can practically see the bullets. That simply wasn't possible, was it? Alfred's mind raced. She fought a rising wave of panic. The girl had almost reached her now. But Alfred still had one advantage. The case in her left hand. The girl would have to go for the case before attacking her directly. Alfred would simply just have to kill her before that. It was simple. Just pull the trigger, and yet she'd begun to doubt that she could hit Canaan. She struggled to comprehend what she was up against, her mind recoiling as she began to understand the full extent of this demon's powers. You don't really think I can see the bullets, do you? Her voice was like the whispers of the devil himself, speaking what was in Alfred's mind. She fixed her opponent with a victorious stare. I see your hatred. She can see my emotions? Of course. This girl could discern emotions like they were colors. She wasn't looking at the bullets or even at Alfred's movements. She was reading her enemy's expectations. She could tell exactly when Alfred believed that she would hit her mark, exactly when she would fire, and that was precisely when she'd dodge aside. So long as a foe had human emotions, this girl could predict what that foe would do an instant before it happened. Nah. This was it. Canaan was all confidence. She was closing in for the kill.
私も
Of
そう
course.
だと今気づいた。
Of course, Alfred laughed. The only way to ruin her enemy's predictions was to do something wholly unpredictable. Huh? As Alfred hurled the case from the train, Canaan instinctively launched after it. Sorry. Huh? Realizing she'd been baited even as she was tumbling through the air, Canaan clutched the case to her chest and rolled to face her foe, reflexively bringing her gun to bear. Bullets whizzed in both directions. For an instant, the two combatants seemed suspended in a kind of distorted balance. Two natural opposites in opposition. One who could sense emotions and one who could eliminate them. By all rights, they should have been evenly matched. But Canaan's own emotions tipped the scale in her favor. Alfred had let herself get too drawn in, so she had forced herself to swallow her hatred for a moment and fired at the girl as if at a simple obstacle. She would find a color of determination that Canaan could not see. And yet, even those shots failed to strike home. Even with her hatred suppressed, her intentions could be read. She would need to discard her hate, to divorce even her will to win from her actions. Only then would she be able to slay this super person. But the girl's bullets also failed to hit. Twisting through the air, fighting to keep hold of the case, she couldn't aim with perfect accuracy. Throwing away the bioweapon had been a split-second decision on Alfred's part. She hadn't spared an iota of consideration for the thousands who might die if the case broke open. Canaan trembled as an evil chill ran down her spine at the sight of Alfred standing on the train. There she was, not another woman, but an angel of death, inorganic destruction made flesh. She rolled as she struck the ground, safeguarding the case with her body. The impact scattered her senses. She struggled to remain conscious as she bounced along, focusing on protecting her precious burden. If it broke open now, everything she and Shiam had done would be for nothing. At last, she slid to a stop and lay there, panting with exertion. She checked the case before she checked herself for injuries. I did it. The case was intact. Next, following standard protocol, she began assessing her own scrapes and bruises. The train. Densha. The grating screech of brakes filled the air. The wheels threw up a shower of sparks along the rails as the train receded. Already, the last battlefield they had shared was withdrawing into the unreachable. Shiam. There was no sadness. They had already made their farewells. Instead, she felt a grim contentment and a steely pride. Anyone with her abilities could have handled the challenges she'd faced. Well, maybe that's what happens. But Shiam had been on the brink of death, and yet he had succeeded at a task that would have been difficult for anyone. He'd finished things as he had lived. A trustworthy soldier to the very end. Because, I mean, we do know that the virus ends up in Alfred's possession. She had failed to retrieve the UA virus. The train had been stopped, and her test subject had gotten away. Never had she been so defeated. She had killed Shiam and stoked the flames of conflict between two opposing camps. But those achievements didn't change the fact that the operation had been a failure. To be denied a single objective was, to her, a crushing loss. Failing on 3 counts was intolerable. Alphard, it's too dangerous to stay here. You need to give the order to withdraw. One of her subordinates was calling out from behind her, but her attention remained focused on a point on the ground far behind and below. It was over. The UA in that case was, after all, only an old prototype. She had other options. There was a pharmaceutical firm already performing research on a superior form of the virus. Geez, who could that be? There's no need to stay and risk capture for the sake of the virus. Take us down, she said. I want to make sure she's dead. No, I knew you didn't know because you hadn't watched this before. But I feel like, you know, that's an obvious place for everything to kind of circle back to. But it was hard to take her eyes off the girl. The girl was crawling along the bare earth beside the track, a bitter reminder of failure. Her thoughts shifted back to Shiam. The man had fallen from grace. In the 11th hour, he seemed to have embraced the saying from the Quran, that for whosoever killeth a human being, it shall be as if he had killed all mankind. The central religious text of Islam, consisting of 114 chapters, also frequently romanized as Quran in English. It is the most important source of Islamic law, taken as the revelations of Allah to the Prophet Muhammad, compiled by his companions after his death. He refused to continue being a tool to that very end. Destroying him was no betrayal. She never regarded him as kin. Her decision to eliminate him had been motivated by the simple fact that he'd been in her way. After all, as he said himself, you're right, because you know what you are. Is this Kiryu's voice actor, by the way? I've been having that thought in my head, and this line read really speaks to me as like Kiryu's voice actor from Yakuza. She smiled darkly as she recalled his words. You're strong. You've attained a kind of perfection. You don't know failure. You can accomplish incredible things all on your own. But that magnificence is like a sterile room, with nothing remaining within. He was right. Yet he failed to understand that there'd never be anything there to begin with. She was an empty shell with no false dignity to protect. She'd never had anything to lose but flesh and blood. Shiam should have recognized this. The man was himself a broken being. Alphard had never really been alive. Alfardo, you're unstoppable. But if instead of striving for some empty goal, you could find something that truly matters to you, then you could be so much more. It was laughable, really. Conflict was what mattered to her. That was her driving force. She'd lost her family and discarded her past, retaining only what enabled her to survive. The ashes of her former self were scattered across the world, every weakness burned away in the crucible of conflict. She couldn't imagine anything but hatred for the rest of humankind. Now her eyes were like fire as she stared down at the girl below. Canaan might still be in range of the right kind of weapon.
おい、自動小銃は積んでいるか?
Hey, do we have any automatic rifles on board?
いえ、そのような指示はなかったので。
Negative. There are no mentions of rifles in our orders.
そうか。ならいい。運がいいと言うべきだな、お嬢さん。
I see. Never mind. Looks like this is your lucky day, Ojo-san.
アルファルド、地上支援班がアンマン航空管制無線を傍受。アルバリアの偵察ヘリ出動を確認しました。
Alphard, our ground support intercepted a transmission from Amen Air Traffic Control. A recon chopper has been dispatched from the Badia.
作戦区域からの離脱の指示を。
We're out of time. You have to give the order to withdraw the operations area.
いい。離脱しろ。このまま西だ。
Fine. Pull out. Head west. The helicopter circled around and headed westward, passing directly over the girl beside the tracks. As it did, Alphard and Canaan exchanged a silent stare.
Boss, 傷の手当てを。
Boss, you should get that looked at.
ああ、そうだな。
Yes, of course. Down below, Canaan continued to stare, seeing in her foe a dark reflection of herself. She even has the Xian's tattoo. Their origins were so similar. Two serpents, born from the same twisted nest, guided by the same mentor, and yet they had followed very different paths. They had no familial ties, yet they were sisters all the same, bound by a fate thicker than any blood. Canaan didn't take her eyes off the helicopter until it had disappeared over the horizon. Her hatred was a potent force, but even stronger now was her sense of duty. She would stop that terrorist. The girl who had possessed no goals had finally found a sense of determination born within her. I wonder how the bitrate is handling snow. Snow effects. I got a pretty good bitrate. That's good. Maybe I should play Mega Man X5. That's the ultimate test. I love Mega Man X5, so I will totally stream it. But I'm the kind of person that plays that game with a guide now because I never remember what items drop from bosses at what levels. So the way you play that game is it's kind of counter. You go into a stage and you kill yourself. You kill yourself a bunch, and that brings down the hours. Yeah, too bad you don't have the bitrate dimension emo. You bring the hours down, and that levels the bosses up. The bosses levels also get multiplied, or there's some math that some math happens between the boss's level and your ranking. So Mega Man starts as an A rank Maverick Hunter, I think. And if you level up the bosses to a certain point, you get item drops. And depending on who you kill, at what level, and then like there's two options. You get two options. One option will give more health, and one option will give something else. I forget, more weapon energy. You also get like a different item based on that choice as well. Anyway, that's Mega Man X5 lore. I don't know why I talk about that. Because if I ever play it, you're going to just see me kill myself in like a whole bunch at the beginning and be like, why is he doing that? The other alternative is to just play extreme mode, which levels up the bosses to level 99 already. I kind of forget about extreme mode. You never use the items. That's because they're annoying to get because you don't know how they work. But yeah, I like getting the items because X5 to me is like it's not a challenging game anymore. So I just like to have as maximum fun with it. I like, yeah, give me all the stupid shit. Let's go. I'm gonna break the shit out of it. That's what X5 is to me. This is the game I break. Because I could play it normally and beat it, but it's more fun to get all the items and do stupid shit. Anyway, I thought that was a good time to interject with something that wasn't related to the game, because we're back. We're back in present day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our descent. Please ensure that your seatbelt is fastened and that any electronic devices have been powered off. Canaan stirred. Her eyes slowly drifted open. A long dream receded. She'd been on the ground within the hour. Once the plane had landed, she would disembark by a different route than the other passengers, then board a helicopter that would be waiting for her on the runway. She stretched and resettled, steeling her resolve. After the mission in Jordan, she had gone on to learn of a certain distinguished family wiped out in a political conflict, and how its sole surviving daughter had been trained as a mercenary. But that was the story from the past. So that's Alfred's backstory, it seems. It wasn't her story anymore. Oh no, that's her story, sorry. I guess they did talk about her family and being involved in the war. So I guess it makes sense. It wasn't her story anymore. Right now she just needed to head to Shibuya, save Maria, and put a stop to the Serpent's actions. But maybe it's also Alfred's story because they have the same connection, the same story. So what's gonna happen? Are we gonna cut back to live action? April 28th, 7:57 p.m. Maria. I cannot read Maria and not think of the Shadow the Hedgehog voice. It's really fucked up. And I've tried to resist it the whole time I've played this goddamn game because they say Maria a lot. But in my brain, like, I'm not doing the voice, but in my brain, I am totally doing the voice. She resisted the urge to hurry her destination. Taking out her cell phone, she dialed up Maria's number. I have a jump point. I'm not gonna use it yet. I assume that would jump to the scene where she calls Maria, maybe? But maybe there is extra stuff that it will jump to. She knew it was a pointless act. Surely Maria would be unable to answer the phone. Still, she couldn't resist the urge to try. Hey girl, I'm in Japan. Let's get drunk. What? Incredibly, the call connected. Canaan gasped as if she'd seen a ghost. Maria. The sound of sobbing came through the receiver. Maria, is that really you? She didn't actually need to ask. Canaan could just tell from the sound of the breathing that it was Maria on the line. She felt a rush of joy. She wasn't too late after all. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Maria's voice was happy. Her tears were tears of joy. Canaan let out a strained laugh, feeling that their positions had been strangely reversed. Maria had been concerned for her well-being. She heard her in her happy sobs the sound of a dear friend who had somehow survived the very long and harrowing day. Maria proceeded to put Canaan on the phone with a man named Jack Stanley, a US operative who had helped to keep Maria safe. The other side of the ending! In 10 minutes of hurried conversation, he brought her up to speed on the situation. I want to see anime Jack Stanley. The people of Shibuya had managed to stop the UA virus from running rampant throughout their city. But there was one worrisome detail.
そうか。アルファルドの身柄は CIA が預かったんだな。
The CIA took Alfred into custody. It was Stanley's superior, Gordon, who had escorted Alfred away. Canaan recognized the name. She was certain that Gordon was one of the Serpent's collaborators.
直接本国に送る。手続きもなしで。飛行士。
Takeuchi Stanley. They're extraditing her to the US? Canaan asked, unofficially with no due process. She was appalled at the naivety of the Japanese police. They hadn't arrested the terrorist. They had merely taken her into custody. I mean, to be fair, Tatano kind of has this sarcastic ask about it. Thanks to Gordon's intervention, Alfred's whereabouts were now unknown. It would be extremely difficult to track her down.
でも、1時間の差で追いついた。
Still, I bought myself an hour this morning that she wasn't expecting. She allowed herself a cautious smile. If Gordon was acting on his own, he'd have to use the airport. She probably had about 30 minutes left to act. For an ordinary person, that would be a hopeless situation. But Canaan wasn't an ordinary person. At a facility with this many people, this many colors, the color of danger would stand out clear as day.
わかった。あとは私に任せて。じゃあね、マリア。用事を済ませたら真っ先に会いに行くよ。
Alright, she said, once Maria was back on the line. Leave the rest to me. Once this is all over, I'll head right over to see you. She hung up the phone. Her anxious pacing had ceased, stilled by her steely determination to confront her enemy at last.
にしても、私の名前を語るなんて。
Honestly, going around pretending that she's me? What an outrageous deception. Something had changed in the Serpent. She was toying with her far more than usual.
いいよ。
Alright.
そういうことなら、たっぷりお返ししてやろうじゃないか。
If that's how she's going to do things, I'll just have to pay her back in full. It went against Kanaan's own sensibilities, but trickery seemed like the perfect tactic to use against these foes. Maria and her companions had been played like puppets. It was time to return the favor. Oh, just the no space, yeah. It happened before also. It keeps happening, I just don't even... The sound of a propeller blades cut the air. Voices were barely audible beneath the roar as the craft prepared for takeoff. Oh, it happened in the helicopter earlier. Oh, excuse me, miss. Might you be Miss Canaan? The agent, obviously a last-minute deployment, looked like a nervous wreck. His scent was startlingly harmless. He hardly seemed suited for the job.
そうだけど、これもう出るの。
That's right, are we ready to go?
はい、それはもちろん。
Ah, yes, of course.
でもですね、どうなんでしょうね。飛べることは飛べるんですけど、
I just, well, I mean, I'm ready to fly, miss.
あなた、こういうの初めて？
Is this your first time doing this sort of thing?
え？あ、はい、初任務です。ありがとうございます。
Ah, yes, my first mission. Thank you, miss. Kano would not be here. Like, this is... Kano would still be in the... at the scramble, most likely. Kano absolutely cannot pilot a helicopter. That too. I don't think he's trained for that. They probably wouldn't trust Japanese police. Right? She decided to ignore his bumbling. Her first impulse was just to kick this dolt. Not kick out this dolt, just to kick him. But obviously that wouldn't do. I just want to kick him. Since befriending Maria, she'd become far less inclined to casually strike out at fools who got in her way. Kanan wants you to know that she was a badass, and then Maria made her soft.
それで銃の補充はさせてもらえるの？
Do you have my firearms ready? She asked.
いえ、それが
Well, right, the guns? They've been prepared for you, of course.
もちろん用意してありますが、そういうのはどうなんでしょう。
But, well, how do I put this? Kanan stared at him.
何か問題でも？
Is there a problem? She asked.
はい。言いにくいんですけど、
Yes, it's kind of difficult to
事
say.
件はですね、つい先ほどきれいさっぱり解決したと。
Oh, maybe it is Japanese police, I don't know. Yes, it's kind of difficult to say. The situation you see just a little earlier, I heard that it was all cleanly resolved. She held her tongue. All part of the act.
解決した？
Resolved? It seemed best to feign ignorance, just to be on the safe side. This man's color was trustworthy enough, but the hue of the copter pilot on standby was harder to read. An unsightly blue, proof that he had contact with a killer. Better play dumb. She couldn't risk blowing this golden opportunity.
ごめん、詳しく説明して。
I'm sorry, but would you mind explaining? She asked.
はい。でも怒らないでくださいよ。
Of course, just please don't be mad, okay? The man explained the situation, profusely apologetic all the while. He told her about the panic that had befallen Shibuya. The existence of UA had been exposed. Alpha had been taken in by the CIA, and Maria Osawa was now under police protection.
そうか。じゃあ、
I see. Well then.
はい。カナンさんは全くの無駄足というか。
Yeah, so I guess this whole journey was pretty much a wasted trip for you, Miss Canaan. He was a man of far too many words. No matter. She could understand his unease. From his perspective, she was an uninvited guest. To the good agent here, she was a meddler trying to usurp the CIA's rightful target. To the helicopter pilot, she was simply a nuisance who'd arrived a few minutes ahead of schedule. But the fact was that they were the ones who had no part to play on the stage. Not if her plan was going to work anyhow. Maria and the others had slipped through Alfred's fangs, unexpectedly providing Canaan with one last chance. Now it was up to her to seize it.
この街、渋谷との相性は最悪だったな。
Hmm. Looks like Shibuya really was a poor fit for you, terrorist. She shrugged off a momentary twinge of self-doubt. See, it keeps happening in this chapter. I don't know why. Maria had survived so far without Kanan's help. It did seem a bit outrageous for her to get involved now. And this novice agent was right about one thing. Her initial plan for the trip had, in fact, been a total waste. But still, she felt a surge of excitement for what lay ahead. Perhaps she'd secretly been hoping it would come down to a single, desperate encounter all along. Another moment when fate... Look, fate! Fate reference! Yay! Took a strange twist and everything changed. Like that hectic day on which she first met Maria. She cast her mind to their first encounter. Okay. That unexpected brightness.
それじゃあサディークになるってのどうかな？
Let's be friends, Siddiqui. How about it? It felt like so long ago. She'd seen in this wayward stranger a comforting color, a hue that felt inexplicably familiar. And suddenly, after all this time, she realized why.
あ、そうか。
Sure, alright. How strange that she'd never realized it before. Maria shone with the same color as Kanan's older sister. No wonder she triggered so many memories of youth. This was the first instance of a sister being mentioned. She mentioned her brothers. Never a mother. She's never mentioned the mother. It was her father and brothers. Was the only mention of family before this. Canaan had been so isolated as a child, spending more and more time alone with her peculiar senses. Yet she had remained close to her family. It was their warmth that had tied her strange self to the world around her. Maria didn't literally resemble her lost sister, but she had brought her warm color back into Canaan's life. There in the prop wash of the waiting helicopter, Canaan giggled despite herself. She felt ridiculous for only realizing something like this just now, but she was glad that it had happened nonetheless. Huh? Are you okay, ma'am? The novice agent stared at her in confusion. Canaan nodded reassuringly. Maria was safe for now, but she still had one last job to do. I came here to save my friend, but since she's okay, I guess this will just be a regular visit. Canaan took the gun she'd been provided, then flashed the agent a girlish smile. And really, isn't that so much better? Turning away from the hired chopper, she headed for the main concourse like an ordinary tourist. Her long journey was over now. She had finally found something stronger than hatred. Isn't that right, Shiam? Their parting seemed ages ago now, but she lived up to the training he had given her, to be a warrior, to live for something greater than revenge. That training had gotten her to where she was now. She would not be something hollow like the serpent. She would hold her head high, strive to meet Shiam's ideal, and fight for her future. We have one last game to play, Alphard. My old rival. Let's see which of us snakes will survive in the end. Do we know if the names mean anything? We knew that Alphard's code name during the mission with Shiam meant something. But does Canaan and Alphard mean anything? Do they mean anything snake-like in, like, Arab? Just asking. Asking for a snake friend. She had come to protect Maria, the friend who'd showed her how to hope again. Now it was time for a final showdown. It was time to make that hope a reality. Akio Otsuka. Canaan was a historical civilization. I see. Writer Kanoku Nasu. Yeah, he's the sole writer of this chapter. Oh, which is heavily referenced in the Bible. That makes sense, because that sounds like something I remember. Playtesting, all Type Moon staff. Guys, did you know this was secretly a Type Moon game? Well, only this chapter. I love the theme song to this game. The full version of it. Oh my god, I beat this game. I can actually download the soundtrack. It was the one thing keeping me. You never know when the soundtrack's gonna spoil you. No idea what an Alphard is. Yeah, we'd probably have to look at the Japanese, the kana of it. The katakana, and figure out maybe there's a different translation that would make more sense, and maybe the translator just missed it, you know? That's a possibility. Hello, Minaxi. Have you been here this whole time? Look, it's a Type Moon logo. Alphard is a star. The end. Solitary Serpent is our achievement. Well, we've gone almost 5 hours. Nope, just arrived. How it goes. Well, we just did the anime chapter. As you can see, we completed the black and white bookmarks. Oh, yes, the Toyota minivan. I love this screen because she's just anime. In a game where everyone is live action, Canaan is just anime. But we still haven't seen the finale between Canaan and Alphard. Is it in this game? Is it in the anime? There are still extra chapters for us to find. Secret chapters hiding within the storylines of Achi, Kano, Minorikawa, Maria, Osawa, Kenji Osawa, Tatano, Jack Stanley. There are still things to find, and now that we've beaten all of the bookmarks, we have access to a new story. Well, first we have to get there, but I think I'm going to save that because I don't think we have enough time tonight. It's pretty late, but there are extra chapters. There are 11 special episodes that are unlocked via the quiz. There's a whole nother story called Mean Clean, which I assume focuses on Achi. It might actually involve the Achi, that mysterious jump point to Achi. There are 11 special episodes that we need to win the quiz and then do something special in certain times. I'm now using a guide because when we played the game, we went guideless, but we are now using a guide. I maybe might off screen try to get all the endings because you need all the endings to get the golden bookmark. The golden bookmark is another scenario like the black bookmark and the white bookmark, and we need to do all the special endings, all the special episodes, obtain all the bad ends, and then we'll get the golden bookmark. So I might do bad ends off screen and then like make note of which ones are really interesting, because I'm sure a lot of them are like, I blew up. But if there's anything like cats, I want to show you, right? And then there's conspiracy scenario and the true conspiracy scenario. So there is still a lot to this game, but first, let's do that quiz. Now I have the answers here, but I'm gonna not look at them. We're gonna work together, unless it's timed. Then you guys are shit out of luck. The UA virus is approximately this many nanometers in diameter. Fuck, I don't remember this one. Does anyone remember it? Again, I have the answers, so I just want to see if chat has any memory. This is a hard question. That's the first question. The first question, man. It's 100. I didn't think anyone would have this one. Yay! I like how it's a game show. Answering pop quiz questions correctly will let you read special episodes. Enjoy the tale of Asao Uzu and Yotaru Segawa. Those are members of the Fallen Angels or whatever, the acting. Oh no, these are the Yakuzas. I'm sorry. So yeah, we're gonna get these scenes for doing the we're getting these scenes, but we're also unlocking special episodes that have to be done. The rest of them are unlocked using hints gained from... Okay, we're getting special episodes 1 through 11, but there's actually 22 special episodes. So we're gonna do the first half here. Ozu snarled at the young man who sat before him in the dingy little office belonging to Takarada Financing. Do you understand what it means to break a promise between men? The man glared back at him. What do you want me to say? He muttered. Ozu had seen that same look plenty of times before, and he despised it. It was the look of a man who hadn't realized he'd already lost. Ozu hated people like that more than anything. 5 million, and the interest on it hasn't been paid. When was the payment for that interest due again? Yesterday. Well, if you knew that then how come you haven't paid it? Ozu's voice rose to a bellow that practically shook the windows. He couldn't tolerate anyone breaking promises. No exceptions. Our dude Sagawa here is just he is just man-spreading all over. I understand. Despite Ozu's fury, the man seemed unconcerned. I'll work it off, I'm in shape. His upper arms sported bulging biceps. They were the arms of a fighter. Oh wait, Ozu's the balding guy, so maybe Sagawa is the guy he's talking to right now, and this is how they met. They were the arms of a fighter. Or if that's no good, I can always sell my organs, the man added nonchalantly. It struck Ozu as a ridiculous offer, the suggestion of a clueless youth. Listen, pal, you can't just up and offer to sell your organs. You parents would want you taking better care of yourself. I have taken care of myself, and so have my organs. Stop jerking me around. Ozu lurched to his feet and kicked the table hard. I'm not jerking anyone around, I'm being serious. The man looked squarely back at Ozu. What'd you spend 5 million on? The older man grumbled. If I tell you that, will you wipe the debt clean? Of course not. Again, Ozu kicked the table. The young man shrugged. I needed some funds to set up a bank transfer scam. Oh. Ozu straightened up reflexively, picking up the scent of money. But a scam like that requires a fake account in someone else's name. Yes, it does. I tried to go through some black market channels to get one, but well, I just wound up losing my money over and over. The man continued describing how he'd blown through over 1.5 million yen before landing the fake account. I figured once I had the account though, I'd be able to make something work. Thinking that his fraud scheme needed a bigger team, the man had tried to recruit some scam artists online. He'd pony up 3 million to use for advance funds for the effort, but once he'd given it over to the team he'd assembled, they had all skipped town the next day. Now desperate, he'd taken the remaining 500,000 to legally purchase a list of easy marks. Said list contained the phone numbers of several dozen elderly people who had fallen for such bank transfer schemes before. The man had tried making his way down the list, calling one number after the other. None of the numbers on the list, however, actually wound up connecting to anyone. Rather than craft his own fraud scheme, the man had fallen victim to one himself. You were looking for some suckers, but got suckered yourself, Ozu snorted. Yeah, the man grumbled sullenly. Look, could you please just let me make a quick phone call? A phone call, huh? There's another mark I've been working on since this morning. It just needs a little more coaxing. If I pull it off, I may be able to pay what I owe. There was no way this guy was pulling off a scam. From all he'd heard so far, Ozu was sure of it. But that made him all the more amused at the thought of letting this guy have his call. This I gotta hear. Go ahead, make your call. Ozu turned the phone speaker on, then handed the receiver to the other man. With a notebook in his other hand, the man dialed. The phone rang several times, and then someone picked up. Hello, Grandma, it's me. Did you get the money? Oh, Massa, is that you? How's school going? I'm already working now, Grandma, didn't I tell you? Oh, yes, that's right, that's right. How lovely. How's your homework looking for today? Oh, and make sure you come straight home and don't buy too much candy while you're out. The old woman on the other end of the line sounded completely senile. She was under the mistaken impression that this man was her grandson. So anyway, Grandma, you remember what we talked about last time? Did you get the money? Money? Was there something that you wanted? No, it's not like that. Do you remember a phone call from earlier? Phone call? What do you mean? These two weren't even on the same page. Ozu frowned skeptically as he listened to the back and forth. Remember, I said I'd been in a car accident. I hurt someone real bad and I need to pay a settlement. Masa, you don't need to lie, you know. Lie? The man looked panicked. I'm not lying. It's alright, grandmothers can tell this sort of thing. But I'm not lying. I bet you really want to buy some new video game. It's okay, Masa. I've got enough saved up for you to buy it for you. Don't you worry. I've been all alone ever since your grandpa died, and so I'm just happy when you can call me. Buying you a video game is the least I can do. The joy in the old woman's voice left the con artist at a loss for words. Your father and your uncles never come around to see me anymore. I'm so happy you called. Thanks to you, I feel I might live another 10 years. Forget 10 years. I want to see you live 100 more years, Grandma. The young man managed to rasp. His eyes had grown blurry with tears. Masa? Yeah? Will you call me again? Yeah, I will. That's a promise now. I will, I swear I will. Alright, I'll talk to you later then. The man hung up the phone. Oh, they'll make this into a movie for sure, Ozu said with a faint chuckle. You really have no sense for duplicity whatsoever. The man hung his head. But there's something even more unforgivable to me than that. Ozu took a step forward, looming aggressively above the other man. The fellow began to tremble. Real men don't break promises. Ozu snatched the debtor by the collar and dragged him to his feet. I'm gonna have you work off what you owe me real slow. The man blinked in confusion. You're gonna work under me for the rest of your life, and you're gonna keep your act with that old lady until she dies. Huh? I'm not letting you break your promise to call her. Suddenly, a tiny hint of kindness showed through Ozu's gruff expression. Several years had passed since then. The younger man still makes the rounds with Ozu, still deep in debt. His name is Yutaro Sagawa. His schedule for today involves collecting money at the apartment of some broke actor, putting pressure on the president of the publishing company with cash flow problems, and then shaking down some shady guy who's trying to sell some weird diet drink. Shady guy to sell some weird diet drink? Publishing company guy? Broke actor? Who's the broke actor? Oh! Right, the lead actor couldn't show up, and he claimed he was sick. Yeah. Remember, there's part of The Wandering Angel where the lead actor was not able to come in for the thing that day. Finn. Select hint. How did you enjoy that tale of the loan shark's first meeting? We hope you found it entertaining. Now, here's some tempting info for you. In Osawa's story, in the 12 o'clock time block, rubber gloves appear at some point. During that scene, the background zooms away, right? Try waiting for that movement to finish and see what happens. Have fun with that and see you next time. Bye! Special episode added to bonus content. Oh man, we got 11 of these to get through. It's already 1 a.m. Maybe we save this. I think we'll save this. Detective Sasayama's pet name for his wife. It's like Mino-chan? Min-chan? It's something like that. I'm gonna have to back out for now. I accidentally hit LB. This controller is easy to do that with. So yeah, in bonus content, we now have the quiz, which leads to the special episodes. We have special episode 1, which was we just watched, and the hint for special episode 12. And we'll be able to redo the hints. That's good. So we can actually do this without the guide. Though I'll probably need the guide to answer the quiz, because I don't remember. We've been playing this for so long, I don't quite remember all the quiz answers. But I think the quiz is set up to like... Yeah, so the setup for you to like, you get the question, back out, and go searching for it, right? Because you're not going to remember the centimeter size of the virus or whatever, or the nanometer size of the virus. Even if you're like the die-hardiest 428 player known to man. But yeah, it's already 1 a.m. here. We started at 8, so we've already been going for like 5 hours. I want to take a break from the game too. And get some other stuff done on the weekend, maybe? So we might take a break from this. I know it's a little sad to see. But we've been playing it for every weekend for the last 3 months or so? Something like that? But as we do that, I think it's okay if we watch the anime, right? Maybe the last 2 months. I don't know when it started. I know I started this year. I thought it was in January, but maybe at some point it was like later January or something. Anyway. I want to thank you all for watching. My eyes have been weird. I told you I'm going to redo my camera setup and my program stuff, so I'll eventually get that settled. But they like to look up. I can't really stop them. I wonder if it's because my monitor is too high or the camera's too high. I don't know. Camera, what are you doing? I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, camera. You're an Elgato face cam. I thought you'd be sick at this. Yeah, thanks for joining me. I hope everyone enjoyed 428. Again, we still have unfinished business with it. And since Plombo's never even seen any of this content, I wonder if there is a true ending to the incident between Canaan and Alphard. That's currently left up in the air. Alphard is making her way as an escape. She's escaping via the CIA. She has the the vaccine, as she was able to take the blood from Hitomi. But Canaan is there. We see her at the end, and I wonder what will happen. I really like seeing anime Alphard. Yeah, I think we're gonna watch this anime. For those who don't know, we watch stuff in the Discord. You're always welcome to come join the Discord at !Discord. Makes a command like that happen. The other thing, we gotta find a date that works for all the 428 heads, right? So it probably, I'm gonna shoot for Mondays, as that's a day that's perfect for me, Monday nights. But I need to ask everyone that's here: Kajarden, Plombo, Kurislachi. Kurislachi probably went to bed. I don't see him on the list anymore. Monoxy, you're welcome too. Hikaru is also welcome to watch the anime. It is an anime about Canaan, the assassin that we just watched the story of. I don't know. I assume it takes place after the game, of course, but I don't know anything more than that. I do know that Minorikawa and Maria are both in it. So those are your 428 connections. And maybe the true ending is in it. I know it's written by Nasu. This game was like a whole bunch of different writers. I think it was like each character is written by different people. For the most part. And Nasu was one of those writers. And he got to also write this Canaan chapter, which now that turned into an anime. So yeah, I think it's like 12 episodes, maybe? I don't know. I have it. I could go look. Go to my anime folder. I haven't been in there in a long time. I'm so bad at watching anime by myself. I need to trick people into watching things with me. Does anyone want to watch Girl Band cry? Anime. I still have the Fantastic Children here we haven't watched. Where's my Canaan? It's not under that. It's not in my anime folder. Did it end up in the music folder? Did it end up in the watch party folder? It ended up in the watch party folder. Yeah, it's 13 episodes actually. Same. It's hard to watch anime by yourself. It's hard to watch anime. I feel like I'm like... Yeah, I don't get distracted, but I feel like to set time to just sit and watch something is taking time away from other things I could be doing. And that's like a terrible thing to like think about a hobby, right? But yeah, I got things I want to watch. Obviously, we're gonna play Jackie Chan games at some point. We're gonna watch Jackie Chan films to coincide with those. Let's still look for a raid target. There's 20 people online still. I guess it's not that late. Last couple of times we've done the Saturday night stream, we've ended at like 4 a.m. But tonight we are we can actually go stream. We can go raid someone. What did you guys think of, by the way, what did you guys think of a visual novel stream? I know I've played a few Japanese adventure games, but they've usually been 1 or 2 streams long. I knew a visual novel would be very long, and so I've kind of held off from doing one for a long time. Also, kind of involves like speaking a lot and doing voices a lot. So hopefully I did a good job for everyone. Hopefully you all had a good time. I'm gonna raid... I kind of want to see what MP83 is playing. Because he's playing something from DBsoft that is not Woody Poco. And we know we love DBsoft. I always forget that's the MP83. There's a the. You will respect the. Anyway, we did it. We finished 428 for now. Don't let the fact that there are extra things worry you. Oh, he's playing Layla. I like this game a lot. I don't think it's nearly as bad as people make it out to be. Anyway, good evening, good night, good morning, whatever time zone you're in. I hope you have the best, good rest of your day, rest of your week, rest of your month, rest of the year. I know it's hard out there. Keep fighting, keep living. We'll get through everything together. Good night.